Okay, good morning. I think we're ready to start here. Welcome to the workshop on the proposed prohibitions on high global warming potential HFCs in new refrigeration and air conditioning. We're pleased you can be here, and also welcome to those who are on the webinar. I'm Glenn Gallagher with the California Air Resources Board, and I'll give a brief introduction before turning it over to my colleagues, Catherine Kynette, Richie Kaur, Anchal Kohli, and we're also joined by Shannon Dilley, our legal expert, Dave Mell from Enforcement, Pamela Gupta and Mike Fitzgibbon are the managers of the F-Gas program, and Elizabeth Shealy is our research division chief.
An updated one and a second notice yesterday.
Okay. If you're online, well, I guess you can't hear me. Well, all right, we'll continue. Okay, for those of you who are online and can see this message in the audience, you can email your questions remotely to auditorium@calepa.ca.gov. And we'll put this email address up later as well. I'll keep the email address up while I just go over a few housekeeping notices. The restrooms are through the back exits and to the left as you leave the doors. In case of a fire alarm, exit the room, walk down the stairs, out of the building, across the street to Cesar Chavez Park. You just follow everyone else, you'll be fine. Okay, a little bit of history. Why require HFC reductions, hydrofluorocarbon reductions? Well, they're really just part of a larger strategy to reduce all the greenhouse gas emissions in California, and not just HFCs. Now, in this graph, the blue bars represent HFC emissions, all the GHG emissions in California. 1990 is the baseline. AB 32 said by 2020, we had to lower business as usual emissions to 1990 levels, which we have achieved. Subsequently, Senate Bill 32, SB 32, required California to reduce all greenhouse gas emissions another 40% by 2030. So now we're on our way there. And by 2045, the governor's executive order requires California to be carbon neutral by 2045, which means there must be zero net greenhouse gas emissions. Now, Senate Bill 1383 specifically requires a 40% reduction in HFCs below 2013 levels by 2030 to help meet the state's overall greenhouse gas target. On this graph, you see the red line represents HFC emissions under business as usual, which means no regulations. But the SB 1383 goal is the green dashed line with the blue star that says we have to reduce emissions to those levels by 2030. Now, because the HFC emissions have increased since the 2013 baseline year, the 2030 goal means that emissions must be cut in half from today's levels to meet that goal. Now, here's another way to look at HFC emissions and some of the CARB strategies to achieve the reduction goal we're required to meet. Business as usual emissions in 2030 are represented by this blue bar, which would be about 30 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. However, the emissions goal is way down here at 10 million metric tons. CARB has identified 4 different strategies to achieve these reduction goals. Showing first is Senate Bill 1013, or kind of known as California SNAP, where we backstopped the previous federal SNAP HFC prohibitions. We have existing programs at CARB, the Refrigerant Management Program, along with the small can HFC 134A DIYer program, and Clean Cars to incentivize low GWP refrigerants in cars. Third is global or national HFC phase down. U.S. has not agreed on anything at this point, but there's current federal legislation that could happen. And lastly, additional reductions are needed. which can be partially met by the regulations proposed today. Probably not all those reductions will be achieved by these regulations. Now, before we get to the proposed regulations, here's an update on current HFC regulations as they stand now. CARB adopted in March 2018 some of the SNAP prohibitions in refrigeration and foams. Later that year, in September, SB 1013 passed, and this included the rest of the SNAP end uses except for mobile vehicle air conditioning, which included the aerosols, chillers, cold storage, all of the foam end uses, and residential refrigerators. Now, these two combined into one regulation. These are not two separate regulations anymore. This is one regulation, which we call California SNAP, which makes sure SB 1013 is carried through. So we just use an administrative procedure called a Section 100 to make minor changes to the existing regulation language. We added a few definitions. We did not change any requirements on the March 2018 or the SB 1013 requirements of what you have to do. So those remain the same. Now, the proposed regulations of today will be added to this framework. So the architecture of it is all the HFC regulations will be in the same place in the regulatory code. Well, this concludes my introductory remarks. The email address is up on the screen. The draft regulation text is available on the table outside and also on the internet. And we have time for a few questions, so please use a microphone if we have one. Do we have one? And state your name and affiliation so our webinar viewers can hear you. Thank you. Straightforward?
Any questions?
We can just get right into it.
I'm a little shorter than Glenn. All right, thank you. My name is Catherine Kynette, and I'm here today representing CARB, speaking to our new proposal pertaining to stationary air conditioning equipment. I'm going to briefly go over the background for CARB's 750 GWP limit for stationary AC before moving on to speaking about our draft regulatory text. But it looks like we may have lost our presentation. I'm going to let our technical people get that back up and running. So the bulk of today's discussion is going to be about our draft regulatory text. I'm going to go over our next steps and our anticipated timelines. I'm going to ask that you hold your questions to the end where we're going to have an open discussion. All right. I'm going to move on to the background on why we're proposing to this regulatory measure. I think Glenn spoke to why CARB is taking action on HFCs and how that fits into our overall climate goals, but I'm going to be speaking today specifically on the AC sector. First, here are the emissions of HFCs in California showing year 2018 and year 2030. Now, Glenn mentioned this before, and I know many of our stakeholders have been with us for this long journey of working to regulate these substances, but for those listening in on the first time, HFC stands for hydrofluorocarbon. They are super pollutants or short-lived climate pollutants, and they're called that because of their outsized impact on climate change. So what this chart shows is the drastic growth in the stationary AC sector. You can see that these chemicals are predominantly used in stationary refrigeration and stationary air conditioning equipment, and that in order to take action on these critical greenhouse gases, it's imperative that we focus efforts on the stationary AC sector to address this growth, which brings me to my next slide. This is our regulatory proposal. What we are proposing is to limit new AC equipment to use refrigerants with a global warming potential of 750 or less beginning in 2023. This proposal dates back to CARB's short-lived climate pollutant strategy, which we first began workshopping around 2015, 2016, and this proposal was included as an element of that strategy as one of our main elements to addressing HFCs. We were originally proposing a start date of 2021, But in 2018, we received a letter that was joint from industry and from NRDC proposing that CARB go forward with a 2023 date, and that this was a commitment that the majority of industry could get behind. We immediately began work to develop our rulemaking and do the legwork to take this proposal to our board, which brings me to today. A little more context for this proposal. So the AC manufacturers that are selling equipment into California are international corporations that participate on a global market that is transitioning away from high GWP HFCs. So what this map is highlighting is regions that have their own prohibitions, their own policies or equipment limits, or import quotas, or phase downs. And we know that there's a global phase down that is the majority of countries have agreed to, but there are also additional measures that regions are taking to get ahead of these really potent greenhouse gases. CARB's 750 limit largely aligns with this movement around the globe, with many other countries setting this specific 750 limit, or their policies and measures shifting the industry towards a 750 limit. The AC industry has a long history of successfully developing products that meet environmental goals. And recognizing the critical importance of refrigerants on climate change, the industry's been working for over a decade on transitioning to identify and bring solutions to market which are more climate friendly. What this chart shows is where we are today in terms of which product types are commercially available around the globe and the status for California. Around the globe, there are many products that meet the proposed GWP limit, and these systems are comparable to traditional HFC systems in terms of their performance and their cost. And we're seeing products emerging on this market where they're domestic and international policy drivers. And in California and the rest of the US, we're a little different than the rest of the world, and then we tend to use ducted systems more, whereas in the rest of the world, they may have more interconnected refrigerant piping that takes refrigerant from room to room. But we're seeing commercial products become available where there are policies, and we anticipate that products will become available for the California market by 2023. In California, you can already buy types of room ACs that would be compliant using the refrigerant R32, which is a refrigerant with a GWP less than 750. And we understand that there are specific challenges to bringing these technologies to the California market, but we appreciate, stakeholders who have come and spoken with us about their products and about their readiness, and we anticipate continuing to do so and engaging with you all. This chart shows the different types of refrigerants that have been used in the AC sector, as well as those that could be used to comply with CARB's proposed regulation. The gray bar farthest to the left is the refrigerant R22, which has been the most common refrigerant in AC systems for many decades. However, this refrigerant is no longer allowed in new systems because of the impact that it has on the ozone layer. So starting in 2010, virtually all new AC systems started using R410A, which has a high GWP value of 2,088. The two bars on the right show the two main types of refrigerants that could be used to comply with our 750 GWP limit. First, the first blue bar on the left shows the category referring to as A2L, and there are multiple refrigerants in this category with GWP values ranging from the mid 400s to about 700. And as I said before, you can already buy window units or wall units or room ACs that will be compliant in California today in this category. The other type of refrigerant is A1, and currently there's one refrigerant in this category that has a GWP value near our 750 limit. And one of the reasons we are setting a 750 limit is to allow manufacturers the flexibility to choose from a range of options that helps them best keep costs low as they transition globally. So how are refrigerants evaluated? CARB is really just one entity taking a look at refrigerants. And in order for a refrigerant to go from the early stages of being identified to being used by an end user in California, there are multiple steps and multiple entities involved to ensure that that refrigerant is acceptable for use. One of the first steps is the research and development into identifying the refrigerants that have good thermodynamic properties as a refrigerant, that perform well, that you can use as a substitute for R410A, for example. Another evaluation criteria is the global warming potential of these refrigerants and other environmental impacts such as ozone depletion potential. Safety is a big category, and refrigerants go through a rigorous process of review by multiple entities before they're allowed to be used in systems. So this includes review and development by product and application safety standards such as UL and ASHRAE. And UL and ASHRAE and other standard-setting entities really govern the specific specifications that appliances and equipment must be designed to, as well as many of the regulations surrounding their use. Now, another entity that regulates the use of refrigerants is the US EPA and their Significant New Alternatives policy program. No refrigerant can be used in California unless it has been approved by the EPA for that end use. The EPA has a very comprehensive review process that looks at overall human health and impacts to the environment from refrigerants. And this includes the safety of occupants, the safety of workers, impacts and environmental fate. It's a very rigorous process. And we rely on the US EPA's program to list refrigerants and evaluate these criteria. Another important entity is the California Building Code, and this is another critical step for being allowed for use in California. And so one of the main compliance pathways that manufacturers could take is to use an A2L refrigerant. And they would be able to use that refrigerant to comply with our regulation only if it is listed as acceptable in the California Building Code, which means that updates would be required. Now, we understand that there's an ongoing process for us that is being run by California State Fire Marshal that's convening stakeholders in that arena. So we're watching over here at CARB to see how that develops, but we believe that that compliance pathway may become available and allowed for use in California by 2023. Now I'm going to move on to our draft regulatory text. This is something that we have posted online as a part of our notice for this webcast. And if you're here in the room, then there are copies available just outside. So first, as Glenn said, we are folding this into our California SNAP regulation, which displays end uses by table. You can find this in Table 3 on our list of prohibited substances. You'll see that the general end use we have listed is air conditioning. The specific end use, we are describing all new AC equipment. This prohibition to fall under is residential and non-residential. We're listing the GWP limit as 750 and our prohibition date effective January 1st, 2023. The requirement is that nobody can sell a product into California if it's manufactured after that effective date, if it does not comply with this prohibition or with this table. So what do I mean when I say residential and non-residential? These are the categories we've shown to you before. We've discussed room ACs and dehumidifiers as falling into this category, as well as ducted and ductless systems. There's a lot of ways to describe air conditioning equipment. This covers what's referred to sometimes as unitary equipment, but we're using the broad category terms of residential and non-residential. We've included a definition of new AC equipment. I've put it up here today because if there are any, this is draft text, so if you see any ways that this could be improved, you think that this is not covering a specific product type, or you just have general suggestions for us, we'd like the industry who makes air conditioning equipment and all involved to help us create the best definition that works for our regulation. The definition of new AC equipment. So this covers what we mean when we say no new equipment. No, the new air conditioning equipment we are defining to mean any AC equipment that's first installed using either new or used components. So for example, this would be a new construction. And this also covers when a new condensing unit is shipped new to California for an existing system, or likewise a new evaporator unit is shipped into California. And now onwards to our requirements that help us support robust enforcement of this regulation. The first is record keeping for manufacturers, and the second is provisions that cover labeling. So you can see up on the screen, this is a pretty typical label that you would see on an air conditioner, and you're seeing a date, a refrigerant type, and amount. So what we're requiring is largely consistent with what we're seeing on labels today. The record-keeping requirements. So this is a requirement on manufacturers to just keep the records and make them available to CARB if we request them. So this covers who the equipment is going to, the model and serial number of the equipment, the date of manufacture, the date of sale, the types that the refrigerant that the equipment uses, and the full charge capacity of the equipment where it's available. The labeling requirements is, as I said, the type of refrigerant, the charge size, the date of manufacture, and what we are asking in our draft reg text is that this includes the 4-digit year of manufacture in a standard format. And we understand that much of this equipment has a label that indicates this fairly clearly, and we're not requiring any additional labeling, so existing labels can be used to meet this requirement. Onward to our next steps. This is our next steps and anticipated timeline. We've been workshopping this proposal for a number of years. Like I've said, this dates back to 2016 or so when we were working on our SLCP strategy. We're now at our second public workshop here in January 2020. We expect our staff notice package, which is also called the 45-day notice, to come out on June 5th, 2020. And that's a formal public comment period where public comments are submitted to us, go through a formal docket posted on our website. You do not have to wait till this period to provide us comments on our proposal. In fact, we encourage you to engage with us now. We are preparing for a board meeting in July. We are still sticking with our proposed effective date, January 1st, 2023. Many of you who have been at previous workshops know that we were initially targeting May as our board hearing. We've pushed that back to July just to allow us a little bit more time to work on this proposal, but our effective date remains the same. Now, this is just kind of a similar overview that shows where we've been and where we're going. So we're moving past our public workshop, initial public workshop phase. We're moving on to getting closer to our 45-day public comment. We're in the process of completing our economic analysis that will be folded into our staff report, and we will be presenting in July 2020. And as I said, please engage with us and don't wait till our 45-day public comment if you think you have comments that can help us improve our proposal or our draft regulatory text, which is the main focus for today. And with that, I'm going to leave our contact information up, and I'm going to open the floor for discussion.
Thank you very much. My name's Karen Myers with Remanufacturing, and just want to clarify something. We have a new definition for AC equipment, and so you're defining that as the outdoor unit or components. So if you have a Fortinet system that's working, except there may be a leak on the indoor coil, you're saying that instead of them just replacing that coil, they have to also replace the outdoor unit? Is that correct?
Hi, Karen.
Hi.
Thank you for the question. So what we are not prohibiting is repairs. You can repair components of that indoor coil system, but you cannot wholly replace that indoor set or that indoor unit. So we are effectively saying that if you are doing a partial replacement of that system, that you cannot replace part of your system. The reason we're arriving at this proposal is that we feel that that would be a major loophole. And if you have a proposal for how we may continue to allow repairs that you feel are quite significant to keep existing system runnings, we're quite open to that, but we have our eyes on looking to how this regulation can be enforceable. And we have concerns about allowing, single evaporator units or condensing units coming in as one-offs into California, that it would be very difficult for us to distinguish what is going in for what would be, a partial system replacement versus, individual units coming in kind of one-off and kind of keeping these systems going along. So we're open to your proposals on what would be a good mechanism to make sure that we're not stranding any existing equipment. and as well as just more input on what types of system failures these existing units have that would help us better understand repair markets.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Kristen Dodonio with the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. We just wanted to say we strongly support your proposal as written. And also just a question for uses such as heat pump water heaters or emerging uses such as heat pump clothes dryers. Is there a plan to address those categories in the future?
Thank you for your comment, and that is a fantastic question. We are aware of those applications and that HFC emissions may be growing because of the interest in those technologies as a part of decarbonization in California. That is something that we're coordinating closely with our counterparts at the California Energy Commission on. They're not included, heat pumps are included pertaining to AC in this proposal, but as you said, the heat pump water heaters and other technologies that are non-AC but use a refrigerant are something that we've got a close eye on, and we will maybe be working to address in the future.
Hi, Dave Dema with United Refrigeration, and this is a follow-up to the first question. And I came in a little late, so if you covered this, I apologize. But could you maybe go through a detailed explanation of ramifications for the consumer if you have, as she mentioned, an evaporator that fails, or maybe a condensing unit or a compressor that fails? At what point does that consumer have to completely reestablish their system to something new?
Thank you. This is a really important question to us, and we take consumer impacts very seriously. So first, I want to provide a little bit of context for that question. So as I've mentioned before, most AC systems manufactured before 2010 use R22. So for this issue of partial replacement, we understand that that is effectively not legal for R22 systems. That's to sell equipment that's just an indoor unit or just an outdoor unit, you would need like an outdoor unit with no match, and you would need a waiver from DOE, which we understand manufacturers, there are not waivers out there for those types of products. So we understand in the case of the outdoor units with no match, that would be a partial replacement, that this is largely not occurring. It would be part of baseline to say that you need to replace your full system if you have such a significant failure that effectively half of your system is no longer running. For units sold after 2010 to 2023, that's about a 13-year window of equipment with R410A that we're looking at. We're looking to better understand this issue of outdoor units with no match. We're not aware of very many product listings that would fill that market for 410A systems. So we feel that these kind of partial changeouts, it may be part of baseline conditions that consumers are not legally allowed, or maybe legally fuzzy for them to be doing that type of practice. We're working to better understand that. For one-off replacements of the indoor unit, that's something we're working to better understand too, but what we're not prohibiting here is repairs. So someone who is having part of a system fail, if they can, if a technician is, we expect for them to be able to continue to repair that, and maybe for interest in a more robust repair market to start to emerge from that. But that is, again, something we're receiving input on, and we're interested in knowing, more about the types of repairs that are happening now, if there are certain components that fail more commonly than others, and if you have alternative proposals that allow us to better understand the systems coming into California that would be compliant, and having a way of understanding which would be coming in to service this market, and say, well, these ones are okay, and which ones are coming in that would be part of a new full system replacement, then we would welcome to hear your ideas on that.
And I would like to add on to Catherine's point that based on DOE data, 75% of systems are whole system replacements rather than component replacements. So that supports our regulatory proposal.
Hello, Matt Latanzi with Nordtech, and the previous question is exactly where I was going, and has CARB considered the impact of to the consumer on this definition of new AC equipment? So I certainly appreciate your comments, Catherine. And if an outdoor unit that's, for example, is installed in 2021, 2022, if that unit were to fail a short time later, 3-4 years down the road, and it needs to be replaced, it would make all the sense in the world to replace that indoor evaporator. I 100% agree with that because it'll be using a new substitute refrigerant and would mandate the change of the evaporator. But should the reverse occur, keeping in mind that the technology and the cost is substantially greater in the outdoor unit versus the indoor evaporator coil. That's where all the technology resides. I think you're well aware of that. And it's substantially more expensive to replace an outdoor versus an indoor. So should that indoor evaporator in that same situation need to be replaced, it can't be repaired, and you have an outdoor unit that is, say, 3 or 4 years old, the impact to the consumer is going to be very, very substantial should they have to replace an outdoor unit that they just replaced a couple years previous. And to take that even one step further, you could have a situation, should the consumer have the possibility of having financed that whole system 3 or 4 years prior, could be forced into buying a new system, not even having paid for the original one. So I'm just asking CARB to closely look at this and consider the impacts on the consumer relative to the last phrase in this definition, which is the evaporator unit. Thank you.
Anshul, can you make a note of that comment? Thank you very much. And do we have any response to that? We'll just take a moment here. Pardon us for this.
Again, thank you. This is Pamela. I'm going to say thank you for the comment, and we're making notes of all the concerns you're raising. So this is what this workshop is for, is to listen in and hear what, the potential challenges are and how can we improve our definitions that we have right now. So we're looking to you. Again, at the end of the day, we want to make sure it's enforceable also, with having least impact on the end users. So while I have the microphone, okay, go ahead.
Hi, Mick Scavallo with the Qualco Group here on behalf of Carrier Corp. I was just curious if there's any restrictions on service refrigerants.
Just to clarify, does that mean if somebody has to just add new refrigerant into a system? Is that the question? Glenn?
Actually, I'll take it. I have a similar question from the webcast also I was going to read. So right now, this is only equipment prohibitions. So we're just talking, we're not talking about the service refrigerants in this proposal. And I got a similar question on the webcast that I can read. This is from Steve Mella, Comstar International. And the question is, upon reviewing the published HFC GHG draft regulation, doesn't address the HFC service refrigerants that can be used to service existing in-place residential air conditioning systems. Will the new regulation set a GWP cap on the HFC refrigerants that can be and are currently being used to service both 410A and R22 systems? So I think that's similar to what the earlier question was. And the answer is, again, right now we're going on the equipment. We had discussed a proposed service ban as one of the proposal in our previous workshop, and that's something still on the table, but we are also watching closely the HFC phase down discussions that are happening on a national level. There's a legislative bill out there. So it's still on the table, but right now in this proposal, we're just focusing on the equipment prohibitions. And we are very aware that, especially for AC systems, the fact that there are no replacements, we're just talking about servicing existing systems. We'll be careful about the GWP limits that will be placed in future sales plans. So some more evaluation is needed, and so that's something we'll be discussing in our future. But we're well aware of the challenges with air conditioning service refrigerants.
Jennifer Butch with Emerson. I think I heard Catherine say that refrigerants have to be SNAP approved by EPA in order to be used in California. I thought Senate Bill 1013 gave California the ability to list or delist refrigerants, so could you provide some clarification on that?
Good question. So yes, SB 1013 does provide that, but the answer is the SNAP approval process is a pretty comprehensive process. So even though SB 1013 provides that, we're still relying on, we'll still rely on US EPA's SNAP assessment process because it's a very well-established program, and given the time, we just don't have the resources to build a SNAP evaluation program. And US EPA still has the authority to, they're continuing to approve substitutes, so that portion of the US EPA authority is not challenged, so we're going to still rely on US EPA process at this time.
Thanks. This is Kevin Messner with AHAM. I just have 3 questions. One, on dehumidifiers, the definition did not look, to me, I read it didn't include dehumidifiers, but then I saw it up on one of the slides. So could you clarify?
Where are you, Kevin?
It's right here.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We consider dehumidifiers, broadly speaking, to be a type of air conditioning appliance. I believe it was inadvertently left out of the definition of air conditioning, but we would expect a 2023 effective date for less than 750 global warming potential refrigerant. So we'll have to add that back in. Thank you.
Okay, well, we would oppose you adding it back in, but then in response, I guess, there's no refrigerant, R32 is not allowed by EPA, so federal law would be a violation of federal law to use R32 in a dehumidifier. So how are you envisioning dehumidifiers would meet this, or would they just be taken off the market?
Dehumidifiers are included in UL 2-40. So as for the other air conditioning types, those are not yet approved either. When they become approved, dehumidifiers will automatically be approved as well.
So I'm actually more concerned about EPA, the federal law, and EPA SNAP approval, so there would have to be a regulation promulgated by EPA to allow R32 in dehumidifiers.
I think US EPA is looking at allowing R32 and other A2Ls for dehumidifiers as per UL standard 60335-2-40. So I'm not sure if they need to do a separate regulation to allow for that. They usually rely on the safety product standards to allow refrigerants in product categories.
Just to interject, I think, Kevin, R32 is one of the refrigerant solutions. We believe there are other refrigerants also under development and which do not have the flammability issues. So right now, all options are on the table, and we'll continue to look closely at what comes out. Again, that's what Catherine covered in the presentation, is what's approved and what's the feasibility of using them in those appliances.
Right, I guess maybe the last point on this is, if there are no refrigerants that can be used in a dehumidifier under federal law, maybe you know of one, and maybe that I'm not aware of, but what I've heard so far is there aren't any alternatives to go to that would be in compliance with federal law. Maybe EPA might approve this if people have confidence in the speed of EPA acting on approvals of these. Then I do not share those. We've been through an approval to just update a standard, which was non-controversial, and it took over a year. So you have now banned, you're essentially a later date of, you're keeping 2023, you're putting a product in the hope and prayers that EPA will act, and that doesn't give us a whole lot of warm fuzzies and certainty on the future to ban something without an alternative coming on this thing. So we would encourage you not to include dehumidifiers until there's an alternative that can be used, because if that all falls apart, you're not going to have dehumidifiers available for sale in California. So it's just a pure process and approval thing that doesn't exist. And then there has to be time to actually create design and a dehumidifier for the alternative refrigerant, whatever could be approved by EPA. So a word of very serious caution on including that. It's a little Russian roulette for us. The second point is that, and I've seen this a lot in other states. Could you please kind of just clarify that the household refrigerator terminology versus consumer residential, the end use, and I'm just trying to keep consistency across the country, and some are using, the law says consumer residential is a DOD definition, and now we see a couple of regs in Maryland and Delaware that are using household.
Yeah, they're exactly the same. Consumer refrigeration product means household refrigerator, freezer. We thought about putting in the CFR, Code of Federal Regulations citation. Earlier versions had this. We decided to spell out the whole thing. We can certainly think about putting that citation back in to be consistent with other states. So they're really one and the same, and hopefully if you read the definitions, it'll say, by this we mean exactly what we're talking about. So A equals B and B equals A.
Yeah, we get nervous to that because we've run into that where people copy, and it happens in the federal government. EPA Energy Star does not want to cite a DOE regulation for some reason, so they'll copy and paste it and put it in their specs, and then they'll change a word or put a comma, or then the DOE will change it, and it causes a lot of extra confusion. So it's much simpler and clearer and harmonized if people just cite the same definition and don't cut and copy and paste, because what I'm seeing in other states is they copy and paste, and then a ledge counsel or an agency attorney decides to do, this isn't worded quite differently, I want to make it clear, and then it's not worded exactly the same. The intent is everyone to be the same, then it would be nice to just keep it consistent. All the laws have stated this CFR, so.
Yeah, your point is well taken.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And the last point is the room air conditioners. You're including the greater than 24,000 BTUs. We don't support that. I'm wondering why you've included that. The larger units, only less than 2% of the market, but do you feel that the safety standards allow R32 to be used in those larger units?
As Anshul Kohli said, currently the codes and standards do not allow slightly flammable refrigerants such as R32. We are working with many other people, and we'll see if we can help the process come along so that safe, lower global warming potential refrigerants can be used. And remember, CARB is not asking people to use slightly flammable refrigerants. We're just setting a global warming potential limit. So we would expect the refrigerant manufacturers and OEMs and end users to work together, and if they can come up with something that's not slightly flammable or is slightly flammable and safe, that's what we would like to see as well. We do not set safety standards.
Right now, I guess my question is a little, so for room air conditioners, R32 can be used just for the charge size issues for 24,000 BTU and below. Or R32, I'm just using R32, A2L, some other example, and there's not really right now using A3s is not in the cards right now, but the charge size, it's the same thing with refrigerators. There's a charge size issue when you get to the larger cooling capacities, and so when you get above 24,000, you hit that charge size capacity. It's the same thing with refrigerators, and I just don't want to go through all that again with the larger units, unless you all feel or have or you guys have found information that you could use the charge size for the larger units.
Hi, Kevin. Good morning, and thank you for your comment. I know this is a topic you've engaged with us before, and you provided comments, and we found those helpful, especially in understanding how many of these units would fall in that charge size or in that capacity range that are on the market today. So I think to the extent that you can help us characterize, how significant is this market that is at that size threshold? And we're also working to better understand, how, like Glenn said, we're not asking that a lower flammability refrigerant be used. There is another alternative that is an A1. We'd like to better understand how that might be used in those products. We'd appreciate kind of your continued comment and some of the educational info that you've provided to us in this products on this product range. It's been really helpful. We do understand that it sounds like that these are the minority of products, that they're predominantly the room ACs being sold in these are below this range that would have a problem. So we're happy to hear that for the majority of products that there is a solution, but we would like to engage with you more on this so you understand that.
Okay, thanks. I can tell you that 98% are 23,000 and below. What's 24,000 and below would be less than 2%. And then I think the alternatives that you mentioned out there, I don't believe those are approved by EPA, again, to be used in a room air conditioner. So it really is not helpful for us, but thank you. We're happy to continue to talk about it.
Kevin, our understanding is that manufacturers, if they want to use a specific refrigerant, appeal to the US EPA. So AHAM members are welcome to approach the US EPA for allowing certain types of refrigerants in equipment.
We did that for isobutane for refrigerators, or the manufacturer did that. It just does not happen quickly, and it hasn't started yet. And so with the 2023 deadline, you approve it, in 20, there's just not time. And again, just to be clear, it's a presidential election year. Who knows what will happen over the next year? So the chances of getting something through the EPA regulatory machine, even that's non-controversial, I wouldn't think anyone would really want to bet their mortgage on that it'll happen soon. I certainly wouldn't. So the realities of getting things approved and deadlines and manufacturers redesigning, it's just real. Thanks.
Thank you. Ruben Wilmarth, LG Electronics. And I probably need to reiterate just a little bit of what he said there. But so LG is a manufacturer of HVAC products, and we are concerned about the one-size-fits-all approach that CARB is pursuing at the moment. While we do support the concept, global emissions reductions is part of our company goal globally. And we want to achieve that, but we need to achieve it in a manner that is realistic and that can be built within the timeframes that we have to work with. So we would urge CARB not to use a one-size-fits-all approach, but a more targeted one, such as what Japan has done. Because some segments of the industry do have solutions ready to go right now, or we can see that they're on the cusp. But there are others that need to have clarity of refrigerant options and especially code application before we can make final decisions on how to pursue product development. There's just too many choices to make, too many possible ways to do something. We cannot afford to make that investment and then find out it is for nothing and have to start all over again. Unfortunately, those pieces of the puzzle just aren't there yet, no matter how much I want them to be. They depend on the physics and the time that testing takes and the speed of government and committees. And I always grew up with the idea that you cannot change the laws of physics, and some would say that government and committees are probably the same way. They take what they take. We're already right now seeing buildings being designed starting to use options that are more expensive, more capital intensive, more embedded CO2 intensive, as well as less energy efficient. So they will have higher emissions overall. And they're doing this simply because they don't know for sure what their choices will be in 2023, but they know that this one will be. And so it's already starting to impact the industry. We don't want to save 10 tons on HFCs, which are a short-term pollutant, to replace those instead with 20 tons of CO2, which is a long-term pollutant. We don't want that. I know you don't want that. So we can still do a lot with what we have, but we would urge not to rush what we don't yet know.
Thank you for your comment. We understand the challenges, and we're interested in hearing more from you if you have specific proposals. And we certainly hear you on the need for certainty, and that's one reason why when we received the letter with the voluntary commitment, I think part of that understanding was we need to be certain about what our proposal is and move forward with it and get our rulemaking done, as expediently as CARB can, in order to give manufacturers the longest lead time up to our regulation. So, with that in mind, we want to stay the course that we have announced, but we welcome you to bring to us, proposals or more information. So thank you. Right. Understood. Oh. Okay. Okay, thank you for your comment.
And adding to that, the California Title 24 requirements on energy efficiency are fairly stringent, as well as we rely on the DOE for energy efficiency standards. So we definitely don't want to encourage equipment that's not energy efficient, but we trust the DOE and CEC's process to ensure that.
Such that some buildings cannot comply. I've had that, I haven't said that, but I've had engineers tell me that they are actually concerned about being able to comply some commercial buildings with what the choices are available, without making sometimes extremely expensive choices. And that has negative effects as well.
So for the webcast, and in case you didn't hear the beginning of the question, I think the comment is about energy efficiency and ensuring that there are products on the market that are able to meet building efficiency standards.
Right.
And certainly that's something we're interested in hearing more about. Our purview is on the HFC emissions, but we do coordinate closely with our other agency counterparts, and what we're hearing about new refrigerants is that they are energy efficient or better than 410A, in case listeners tuning in for the first time may not know that, but we understand that you may be talking about other product types that you feel like have additional energy efficiency benefits, and that's something that we've stayed engaged on. We're quite concerned about the total climate impacts of these sectors, as well as what our responsibility is, which is the HFC emissions.
Right, right. And we do support that. So we would love to know more. We've provided some information already on what we feel are the energy efficiency impacts of some of these segments. And we would love to understand more if we can help you to clarify or quantify how this could be done, how we could identify certain segments. But what I'm sure of is that one size fits all isn't going to work, and that we will have gaps, we will have holes if we take that approach. There just isn't time between now and 2023. I mean, if some of the new refrigerants come available this year, as I hope they do, that will then at least narrow the choices, and then we have to look at application impacts. And if it goes, for example, an A2L refrigerant, we are still waiting for what the application code will be and when that will be adopted in order for us to then design equipment that can comply with those regulations. And we can't design until we know what those regulations are going to be. So we could literally be in 2022 before we have full clarity of what we need to do, and that's too late. We can't design new equipment in less than a year. And it's too late already, because buildings for sale or for equipment to be shipped after 2023 is already starting to happen now. And by 2022, it'll be too late for at least a couple of years.
Thank you. I think I'm going to let Anshul maybe speak a little bit more to the building code timeline, because I think it is likely that the building code proposal may be ready before that. Well, they're on a fixed timeline. So,
We'd love
Anshul,
to
do you
hear
want to
that.
maybe comment a bit about that timeline?
By the end of this year, we will have more clarity on what is going to go into the building codes for 2023, giving manufacturers at least over 2 years to be ready for 2023. And we also don't have a restriction on the date of sale. It's on the date of manufacture. So you'll have a little bit of extra time to still be able to sell equipment in 2023, as long as it was manufactured prior to 2023.
Correct. But isn't it an 18-month limitation? No. Okay. I thought that was 18 months. But keep in mind that we have, so if we achieve that clarity, say the end of this year, that is for fire code, correct? Like anything affecting A2Ls and other types?
It's
Or-
going to be for the mechanical code, the product safety standards for the entire California building code, everything that you would need to design your products.
Okay. And hopefully we would have also clarity of refrigerants by that point as well, which would mean we could now start development of products, which you assume takes about 2 years. So that's 2021, 2 years is 2023. But the building design cycle is about 1 to 3 years. So we'd still be 3 years, 1 to 3 years behind the curve. We would still be looking at a gap where buildings are being built that are less energy efficient, possibly significantly so, simply because they didn't know what their choices were at the time they were designing the building. So that's the challenge. We're stacking up a lot of different things that have to be done that we would like to do them in parallel, but really have to be done sequentially. So that's why we're urging that we target segments where we have clarity, we move forward. Where we don't have clarity, we postpone the dates to something that is more realistic that can be accomplished, at least the best case scenario.
Clear on what product categories you're talking about?
Talking about commercial products and primarily, residential not so much, but commercial products that tend to be some of which are refrigerant intensive, but also extremely energy efficient.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So Ruben, thanks for your comments. And I think it would be very helpful to give us more specific when you say one size doesn't fit all. What do you mean by that? And what are the proposals to make up? So our challenges, as you know, I mean, it's kind of an interesting mix of issues out there. We have mandates. We hear we need manufacturers or end users saying they need certainty. So as regulators, that's why we have mandates, so that we can adopt regulations and provide certainty. So what we expect, I mean, and like somebody else said, I mean, processes can stretch out, long, and we'll never get there. So we have to start somewhere. And and we understand all the challenges that this industry is facing with all the options under development. But when you say that there are other options, we want to hear what those specific options. How can we make up these lost reductions if we delay any dates? We have not received that. And I'm talking refrigerants. I understand energy efficiency has to be something that you're required to do as part of your existing regulations. But what can be done, and how can we do it in an implementable manner to get those reductions? So all your challenges we understand them, and we are making notes of it, but we really appreciate from everybody to be more of giving us a little bit more meat to the proposal if you have any alternate proposals.
Well, maybe you can answer a question. So if you have, say, a segment of the industry where, we call it DX, or direct exchange, where we're using refrigerant itself to directly cool or heat the air, which is the most efficient manner possible. That's why we do it. And if we know that eliminating that option with another option that meets the refrigerant benefit, so basically you can use a non-750 plus refrigerant, but the way that it is implemented now causes you to use more energy, then you know that is not going to be a net global warming reduction. So do you have the ability to identify that and say that this will not cause the reductions that you're looking for, and therefore you're not going to impose that one? Or are you not allowed to consider that? Essentially, the systemic effect is what I'm talking about. Not just the refrigerant directly, I understand that, but if it incurs more, then it's not a reduction. Are you able to consider that or not within your purview?
Well, we have specific mandates for HFCs, obviously. So energy efficiencies, other agencies, they have mandates and authority to administer that. So not that we're saying that we don't care. Of course, our goal is to have a win-win. And like Catherine mentioned, a lot of the replacement refrigerants that are coming are under development are going to be bringing those benefits, because nobody wants to use something that's going to be energy inefficient. So
of course.
Yeah. Shannon.
And I think just to maybe speak a little more to, I think what you're requesting maybe is, you're talking about the VRF, VRV technology.
VRF is one of them, yes, but it's not the only one.
So there's a
One
couple
I care
things that
about.
we're looking at because we understand that there's interest in these types of technologies for the potential to have greater energy efficiencies. And we certainly coordinate closely with, CEC, and we consider in our analysis as part of, unintentional or impacts of our regulations, how does it compare the reductions we're receiving with the HFCs versus, changes in energy efficiency. So there's a couple things that we're looking for as part of quantifying that, and that is peer-reviewed or other kind of independent scientific studies or by agencies and other entities that would show how VRFs would compare with the technologies that would be on the market in 2023 that would be compliant with the energy efficiency regulations that DOE has for that time. Because we understand that the products available in 2023 would largely be more energy efficient than they are today. And we would need to see some independent or peer-reviewed studies that really let us know what is the potential of these technologies, and we're not clear that we have good metrics on that at this point. These types of technologies are something that CEC and others are really looking at, and they're coordinating with them. That said, we do have some very specific refrigerant mandates, and we do have concerns about the potential of different types of systems that use more refrigerant to leak. And we're still receiving information. We're especially looking for peer-reviewed studies or other studies by independent bodies so we can review that information to help us understand the trade-off that those types of technologies have in terms of refrigerant emissions. So we are very refrigerant focused here, but that does not mean that we do not consider the impacts of our regulations, especially as they relate to other impacts like energy efficiency. So largely what we're here to talk about for California is more efficient products that are less impactful on the climate in terms of the refrigerant GWP values.
Well, we'll see if we can help find you some of those.
Thank
We've
you.
already sent some data, but if something that we've sent so far doesn't meet your criteria or you need something further, we really would like some feedback on that, because we did supply some data that showed substantial net GWP reductions by using these types of refrigerant, even using the higher GWP refrigerant. So the energy efficiency savings more than offset it. And we have to consider, too, that the energy mix in California may not be going down as much as we wanted to. We have several events that could cause the CO2 intensity to go up, and so that would amplify energy use or energy CO2 emissions.
Okay, we'll follow up with you about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to read some questions from the, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
Oh, thank you. Catherine, I just have a quick question. I want to drill down a little bit on your HVAC repair, what the definition of a repair would be. Because in a supermarket, you have a lot of built-up stationary type HVAC units, air handler, condenser, separate compressors. If we have a coil that's leaking, and can that coil be replaced, or is that considered a repair under the definition, or that you'd have to just patch up that old coil? My question for that is, you're going to keep patching up an old leaky coil, and you're going to be encouraging more leaks versus replacing just the bad, because you say evaporator, and in a built-up air handler unit, you just can replace the coil, you're not replacing the entire air handler unit. And I just wanted to kind of ask you guys to drill into that and develop how that would work, because the cost of replacing entire air handler and all that separate condensers, it could be substantial.
Okay, thank you, Pete. And you'll notice in the reg text, there's not yet a definition of the evaporator unit and the condensing unit. And I think that we would like to receive some input to help us craft those definitions so that we understand how this works for not only the residential split type systems where it's a bit more clear, the components of the system, but for these larger built up systems as well. And I also just kind of want to add a little bit more about how we evaluate economic impacts and how we look at this. So we know that from about 2010 to 2013, we have a 13-year window where we have these R410A type systems. So, how we look at this is we say the very beginning, if you bought your unit in 2010, any type of unit, and you get to 2023, and you have an average lifetime of these units is pretty well established as being about 15 years. And at that 13-year mark, if you had a problem, you would be faced with a choice as a consumer of repair or partial replace. And we understand that there are many factors that go into what you would choose to do, what that cost of that repair is. So you may make a repair, or you may say, this system, is on its last, so many years of life. How many more times am I going to need to repair this? I'd like to get a whole new system. And part of our analysis and what we consider is to say, well, you just kind of maybe there's 2 years that you upgraded early based on the average lifetime. So I just want to give a little bit more framework for how it is we understand those things. And to your point about supermarket systems, in the reg text for the refrigeration systems, we have a definition of new refrigeration equipment. And it talks about, how much of the system you replace till it becomes new and other things like that. So if that makes more sense to apply to the types of HVAC units that are used in supermarkets, that may be something that we could consider as well.
Yeah, just wanted you guys to give it a little more thought because, again, when you have built up a stack, and I got a lot of people in the room smarter than me know about this, but you got heat reclaim, you're doing dehumidification, doing a ton of stuff with that stack. And if you say, hey, you got to replace all that, I'm in the business now to replace it, which is great, but the challenge is very, very prohibitive to a supermarket operator, and they tend to stretch out those timelines on that equipment a little longer, keep it going. And I just want to encourage, if it's got a leaky coil, let's replace it versus patch it up because, hey, that's what's allowed under the rules. Because we're doing something bad, even though it's right. That's really wrong, right? We should just replace the coil. Otherwise, if it's failed, we can just replace it and stop the emissions. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I've noted that comment.
Hello, this is Alex from NRDC, Natural Resources Defense Council. I'd like to thank CARB and congratulate you all. We were among the proponents of this part of the regulation, and it's obviously making great progress, so thank you. We also find the news of the California Fire Marshal process to be very good. I think it bodes well for the safe adoption of these alternatives and kind of puts you all on a good course. We're also encouraged to see for EPA's part that they have recently been approving new refrigerants and in applications that have new alternatives. And so the logjam that some fear, certainly is possible, but I think with the proponents of the new refrigerants working with EPA, we're positive that this can move forward on this timeline. On the question of the one-size-fits-all style, so I would say NRDC is really among the NGOs, the environmental groups who care a lot about building decarbonization and electrifying heating. And that said, we've convinced ourselves that we really, CARB as the agency with agency over refrigerants, really needs to put this measure in place, including for those systems that, yes, they may be more energy efficient, yes, they electrify heating, but many of them are refrigerant intensive, and we just don't know how leak tight they can be made yet. So at this time, we support holding the line across these end uses, and it has the benefit of, in 2024, the chiller measure goes into effect. That's already state law. It would actually be mid-2023 before a new system in California of these other classes would have to comply with this regulation because of the sell-through. And DOE energy efficiency standards come in 23 as well. You're capturing essentially the whole market at one time across regulatory areas. So we support this strongly and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Alex, thank you for your comment. And on your note about the whole building decarbonization, we actually have been talking closely with other agencies like Energy Commission, CPUC, and because they're very concerned about refrigerants as well, and they want to make sure that any decarbonization mandates do not create a new problem where we are capturing these high global warming refrigerants for another 20, 30 years. And so yeah, they're also very cognizant and something that we're having discussions. Along the same lines, I know Pete, a similar question was raised. I'm reading a question from the webcast. And Lance Durr from Stater Brothers had a very similar question to what Pete raised just a minute ago. And so Lance, I'm not going to repeat the answer. I hope you got the answer. But the short answer is something we are taking notes on, and we will be looking into it. There was another question from Chris Forth from JCI, Johnson Controls. And the question is, what happens if California's building codes are not updated to allow for increased charge sizes of flammable by 2023? What options does CARB have? Good question, million-dollar question. So this is something, obviously, we're looking very closely. The whole building code standard process, State Fire Marshal has done a great job of convening this working group and doing their due diligence to make sure what's safe to be used. But at the same time, there are other options that are under development. So we're at ARB, we're looking closely, watching the process, and more to come. That's all I can say at this time.
Thank you. This is Matt Latanzi with Nortec. I'd like to bring us back to dehumidifiers just for a moment. We share the concern mentioned by the gentleman from AHAM that EPA has not defined a substitute refrigerant for dehumidifiers yet. But I'd like to take that one step further. The regulatory text does not define what a dehumidifier is. And based on your earlier comments, it's CARB's intention to include that in the definition of AC equipment. So given that future activity, can I take, or is it fair to assume that the definition of a dehumidifier is represented by the application shown in the picture, which to me looks like a portable residential dehumidifier? Is that what CARB is defining as a dehumidifier? Thank you.
I think the picture is an example, and yes, that product type would be included, but I think that for future rounds of our regulatory text, we would need to include a definition of dehumidifier. And we're certainly interested in receiving further comments on these product categories, and we would be looking to focus in our scope, including a definition for this product type.
A question back at you, has any manufacturer applied for approval of a refrigerant for dehumidifiers?
I guess the short answer is I don't know, but I might ask the gentleman from AHAM. He may have some additional insight on that.
Yeah, there's no refrigerants that they're allowed to use except for what they're currently using. So as far as I've heard, there's no alternative to go to. So there's nothing to get tested on or anything because it'd be a violation of federal law. And we're not aware of any EPA process to approve any alternatives that have started yet. Maybe someone else has proposed that to happen and it hasn't been made public.
Another question for you, is the amount of refrigerant in a dehumidifier about the same as a room AC? And if that's the case, then why would the EPA not approve it if it's below a certain charge amount?
The charge size, actually, I don't know if I'm trying to think back on the data, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the dehumidifier is less refrigerant than certainly the larger rack room air conditioners. But the 5,000 BTUs, I'm assuming it's smaller than that, but I don't know. Our worry is not so much that it would be a controversial approval process through EPA. We went through one for refrigerators to just rechange the UL standard, and this was under when Pruitt had the agencies, and so it's not a partisan issue under Trump or Obama. I think it would go through, and they need to change that UL update because UL has been changed since the charge size one. There's been other technical options, so we've asked that to be started. So even if they started it today, released a NOPR today, that would be 30, 60-day comments, then a final. I mean, think of just even if CARB did approval, it would take a year if you started it today, and that hasn't even been started. So now we're at least at a year, probably 2 years, even if it starts, and now you're at the effective date. So I don't think it's necessarily a controversial thing. It hasn't been in the past. It's just the regulatory churn of trying to get things out and through. And it's even more timely at the federal level than you have with OMB and everything else that has to happen.
Hi, this is Christina Starr from the Environmental Investigation Agency. And I just want to follow up a little bit on some of this discussion around the one-size-fits-all issue. I think we all know that this 750 GWP limit is really a compromise that we have reached. And if anything, we need to be thinking about if we're giving more time going to a lower GWP. There's definitely a trade-off here. So we would really encourage CARB to hold the line on this as well, as Alex from NRDC mentioned. If not, it's going to get more complicated for the industry. I think we're going to have to talk about, do we need these types of AC systems to be in the RMP program? Do we need to have requirements for more higher leak specs for this equipment? We're going to have to think about end of life and what happens there. So I think we should, we can talk about this more, but I think this is a reasonable proposal that CARB has on the table. So should think about all of those other alternatives you might have to consider if you're going to ask for exceptions. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
I just wanted to respond actually to this energy efficiency question that I think keeps coming up. CARB is very aware of unintended consequences of changing the refrigerants that could lead to greater energy use. And we have run many life cycle carbon analyses or total equivalent warming impact analyses, and it is our, I guess, our studied estimate that none of these requirements are going to increase the electricity usage. Now, it's true that you can run a 410A AC system very energy efficiently, but that doesn't mean you can't run an AC system efficiently with a different refrigerant. So we are very aware of it. It's not something that we ignore. And yes, we do take into account the total greenhouse gas emissions from our measures. So I just wanted to make that very clear.
Take a look over, Carrie, maybe to add a little bit to what you're trying to say is, when you look at efficiencies, and I know what he's trying to get at is people are trying to say, will I switch system types? Will I go from chilled water or will I go from VRF to chilled water? When you do those analyses, you have to look at the system. You can't look at components. California is a relatively moderate climate. It uses a lot of air side economizers. Air side economizers can be used on some products, not on other products. So you have to look at the full system analysis. But really my other question is, and this is more beyond what you presented, one of the key things to reduce global warming gases is reclaim and recovery. And we've had discussions with you guys about that. Still encourage you guys to try and come up with some way to incentivize this industry to recover more refrigerant and reclaim it, because that's a big thing to meet the goal.
Thank you for noting that comment. And we agree that reclaim and recovery could be a big part of how we address banks. And this proposal, you know, kind of stops that runaway train of new stationary ACs. So that's one reason why we're prioritizing that move, is to you know, stop the runaway train, and then maybe we can look to hearing more proposals on how that happens in California, given, you know, there's challenges with doing that in a state-specific rather than a national way. But that is a topic we're very interested in.
So I'm going to read a question. I know we're sort of getting close to time, so if in case I'm not able to get to all the questions that came from webcast, or we can always respond later via email. But I can read one more question here, which is from Chris at Johnson Controls, asking, did CARB include the cost to consumers of forcing a new outdoor unit to be purchased when only the indoor coil unit fails? Approximately 80% of the system cost is in the outdoor unit, with only 20% of the cost on the indoor unit. The impact to consumer will be quite high under this proposal. I think we've kind of touched around it, the same question before. I think Chris is in the audience listening in. But maybe I have a question back to the folks in the room is, how often, what is required right now? And I don't want to open too much of a discussion, but my understanding is, and we can learn more, is based on the DOE or energy efficiency requirements, what happens right now? I mean, can you just replace indoor coil even if it doesn't meet the specs? How does that equation Or what happens in today's legal, what's allowed or allowable? I don't know. Okay.
Hey, Pamela, this is Helen Montiernoni from the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute. I think this issue has been raised a number of times by folks, and I think it's really important for us to probably write something out for you to make a suggestion about how to meet the goals that you have, that there's no workaround for this, not a loophole, but that we don't end up asking people to replace an entire system when really just a couple of $100 part is needed. So I think that this is something that we can perhaps help you with.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to continue on that vein, Pamela, or...
No, I was going to say thanks for that, because we're trying to understand also, and that's why we're looking to you to see, at the end of the day, we do not want to discourage any repairs.
Mhm.
So what Catherine said earlier is we want to make sure that we don't strand the existing equipment or put any undue burden on the end users, but at the same time, enforceability is an important issue also.
Can I go on with...
Sure, yes.
Go answer some questions from the computer, maybe? Or I can wait.
We're good.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is that we will commit to, we've had some discussions with EPA around SNAP listings, and we will absolutely commit to sit down with them and talk with them about all the things that are needed. And Kevin, if you guys want to sit down with us with them, we're happy to do that as well, because I think that is very important, especially with the transition to products that have different flammability and toxicity characteristics. It's going to be an important conversation to have with those folks and to move things along a little bit. I did want to mention a very different topic, and I thought somebody else would bring it up, so I was kind of saving it. But in the draft, the requirement still has language around labeling or disclosure that is California specific, and I'm wondering if we could work with you on maybe an alternate solution, because as you know, other states are moving, and it'd be easier if we could have something more generic, or maybe a different solution like electronic disclosures through a public database, like through AHRI's database. So perhaps we could offline have a discussion about that to see if we could make things simpler for people.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions on the webcast? And like I said, there may be a few more questions still coming our way. If we don't get to them, we can respond via email, or they can please contact us via email. So with that, are we ready to move on to the next proposal? Next part of the proposal? Okay, Richie, thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today, and thank you for your patience and your concentration spans as we go from the AC proposed rules to the refrigeration proposed rules. I'll jump straight into it. My name is Richie Kaur, and I'll be talking about our rules for stationary refrigeration. And we'll start with some background on rulemaking development. Just to give everybody an idea, this is not a background on why we need the rules. I think Glenn covered that well enough. What we are going to talk about here is how the rule for the stationary refrigeration equipment has actually moved or evolved over the last 1 year with the absolute great help of our stakeholders. So we'll talk about the background. We'll give you the updated proposed rules for the stationary refrigeration equipment. We'll share draft regulatory text for those rules, and then we'll move into the next steps and the timelines. So here's the original proposal that we had put out first in 2017, and then we revisited this in 2018 at our workshop, where we proposed that stationary refrigeration equipment containing more than 50 pounds of refrigerant need to have a GWP less than 150 starting January 1st, 2022. And the way this was written, this would mean all new equipment, whether that's installed in new facilities, in existing facilities, in remodels, and especially for existing facilities, it would be pertinent because there was a capital cost threshold that if you were replacing equipment and you hit that capital cost threshold, that would trigger a new system. The sectors that would be affected by these proposed rules would be the same that are affected by the current RMP program. So this is commercial refrigeration. That's mainly retail food facilities like supermarkets and grocery stores. Industrial process refrigeration, which is production and manufacture of food and non-food products, and cold storage warehouses. Now, the reason we propose the 150 GWP limit, as Christina mentioned earlier, we need to go as low in sectors where it's possible. And as my colleague Catherine pointed out earlier, we like to keep California in context of the global policy landscape. The EU F-gas regulations already require this GWP less than 150 in their large refrigeration systems starting the same date, 2022, so this fits in. But more importantly, low GWP or GWP less than 150 technologies are not just available, they are currently in use in California. So for example, for retail food refrigeration, that is supermarkets and grocery stores, we have a number of options currently operational. Chief among them is transcritical CO2. There are more than 70 of them in California now, more than 16,000 across the world. We also have ammonia CO2 cascade systems, a very innovative propane CO2 cascade system. Micro-distributed propane systems are another technology that are rapidly gaining popularity. And HFO-based systems are also an option as long as they comply with that less than 150 GWP threshold. The other two sectors, which are industrial process refrigeration and cold storage, it's a little bit different because those sectors already mostly use ammonia, which, as you know, is not a greenhouse gas. It's a no GWP refrigerant. And transcritical CO2, or CO2 in general, is making great strides in going over to the industrial sector as an industrial refrigerant. So based on the availability of alternatives and the fact they're already used, we proposed this 150 GWP limit for new systems. We laid this out along with some details of the proposal, like the definition, in our technical working group meeting in August, and we sought your feedback. And we received it. We received feedback from across the spectrum of the refrigeration industry, all the way from equipment manufacturers, AHRI, from design and engineering firms that help supermarkets design their systems and put them in, from refrigerant distributors, from the supermarket companies themselves, the end users where the buck stops, and from industry groups that represent the supermarkets, such as the North American Sustainable Refrigeration Council, the NASRC, the California Grocers Association, CGA, California Retailers Association. And here's the input that we got. GWP less than 150 is feasible and doable and being done in new construction and in remodels in California. However, currently there are challenges with doing this in existing facilities. One, it's expensive because it's a system integration problem. So that diagram on your screen shows you the typical layout of a centralized supermarket refrigeration system. The current low GWP systems are not compatible with the refrigeration infrastructure in place. So for example, the compressors and condensers for CO2 systems are not compatible with the piping and the display cases for what's used for HFCs, which means if one thing goes, everything needs to go. The other thing is it's logistically challenging to do this transformation without store downtime, without shutting down the store. And while it's been done before, it takes a lot of planning, it takes a lot of resources. And the third was a more technical point that the capital cost threshold of replacement is hard to judge. When supermarkets do their replacements, they do it on an as-needed basis. When do you really know you've hit that capital cost threshold? Now, in a nutshell, what this meant was the less than 150 GWP could be done in new construction, but not in the existing facilities. But why are existing facilities important? It's because they make up the bulk of the facilities out there. Only 1% to 2% annually are facilities that are either new construction or remodels. That pie chart on your screen is from our refrigerant management program. Right now, there are about 30,000 refrigeration systems registered with us with a lot of high GWP refrigerants banked in them. And so most of the new systems are actually going to wind up in the existing facilities, and therefore the existing facilities hold the potential for emissions reductions. We cannot lose them. So if they cannot do 150, we had to come up with another way to gain those emissions reductions back. And we put this question out to our stakeholders. Much like Pamela was saying, we need alternative ways to get there if we can't get it with our proposal. Let's talk a little bit about how an existing facility can cut their emissions. So from any system out there that uses HFCs, your emissions are made up of three factors. One, how much refrigerant you use, so that's your refrigerant charge. Second, the GWP of the refrigerant. The higher that is, the higher your emissions are. And third is the leak rate. How much do you leak out? Of these three variables, there are two that can guarantee emissions reductions in the present term: GWP reduction and charge reduction. Even though charge reduction can be a little bit hard to verify, but it is a great variable to reduce. Now, leak reductions are an excellent way to achieve emissions reductions. It is in our financial interest as supermarkets, as the industry, because leaking helps nobody. You pay money for the lost refrigerant, for the lost product. And it's also in our environmental interest to not leak those high GWP refrigerants. However, we cannot factor leak reductions in here, or we have not, for two reasons. One, we have an RMP program that just does that. That is all about managing leaks. And if you remember Glenn's bar chart from earlier, we actually factor in some leak reductions happening by 2030, which give us reductions towards our targets. And the other thing is the simple fact of we can never count on leaks being zero. We cannot count on them because they're accidental. New systems may not leak anything for the first few years, and then as time goes on, leaks can spring up, and you cannot prevent that, even though we highly encourage minimizing that, and that is our goal via the RMP. So we put this up, and here's a summary of what happened, and it's a testament to the strength and the innovativeness of our stakeholders. We proposed our measure, we understood the hurdles, and then the end users, a great group of supermarket companies made up of some of the largest supermarket companies in California and the country, came up and said, we can do new systems with GWP less than 150 in new construction and remodels. For existing stores, they gave us a couple of options. They developed this in conjunction with the NASRC, who played a very big role, and with the support of the CGA. I highlight this because it's really a proposal that came from the end users, who recognize the critical nature of reducing these emissions, but also want to have a feasible way to get there. So the first option they gave us was prescribed retrofits, where systems could retrofit to a lower GWP gas. And the second option, which they actually prefer, is called GHGP reduction, or greenhouse gas potential reduction, which I'll talk about these a little bit. It leverages both charge and GWP as variables. And then CARB came up with a hybrid third option, which combines the merits of the two options suggested by the end users and minimizes some of the implementation-related challenges. The first option was prescribed retrofits, which would mean that an existing system could retrofit to below 1,400, essentially to 448, 449 refrigerants. Of course, this is certainty of emissions reductions because it's a GWP reduction. It's straightforward to implement. But it does lack flexibility. When we ran the calculations of how many systems would have to do this to come back to the original emissions reductions that we wanted, nearly every single system would have to do it to get us close. And so that is in lack of flexibility that nobody wants, and the supermarket industry didn't like that. So they themselves came up with a second option that uses both the variables, which is, let us reduce on a company-wide level the total potential emissions we have, which is we'll, across a company's stores, all of the charge multiplied by the GWP of those refrigerants added up is a company's potential emissions. If nothing were preventing it, this could all leak out. They could reduce that GHGP by 55% below their 2018 levels by 2030. I'll remind you that the SB 1383 goal is 40% below 2013 levels by 2030, but that boils down to roughly 50% below present levels. So this is aligned with that. The great thing about this, it's a per company target. It's not a system target or a store target. It's really a fleet standard for supermarkets in California, that you cut your potential emissions by half, or 55%, by 2030. So it's flexible because it's a company standard. If you do more in some stores, you don't have to do as much in some other stores. So if there are marginal stores out there that you just don't want to put money in, don't need any investments right now, those can be left alone. And you get credit for both charge reduction and GWP reduction. Now, CARB does see some implementation challenges associated with this. Mainly, it's a relative reduction target. It's percent below a company's baseline in 2018. That means that for the next 8 to 10 years, the company and CARB have to manage and track the baselines, making sure that we take care of sales and transfers of stores such that the responsibility travels with the asset or the store. The second aspect is charge reduction is a little bit harder to verify. This will need additional record keeping and reporting, and we'll talk about that a little. And we definitely don't want this to be a loophole, no credit for nominal charge reductions. We would like to see significant charge reductions for your GHGP to actually go down. So in light of that, CARB came up with this hybrid option where we calculated your average GWP by dividing your GHGP by the total pounds of refrigerant. What does this boil down to? So if a supermarket out there mainly uses 404A, your average GWP is going to be closer to 4,000. If a supermarket out there mainly uses 448, 449A, your weighted average GWP is going to be closer to 1,400. That's what this means. So essentially, it calculates your average GWP. Now, why are we doing this? One, it lets us talk in terms of GWP. All of our other rules and goals are characterized in GWP terms because that's what's important about HFCs. They have really high global warming potentials. Two, it sets a industry standard in California that by 2030, everybody's below 1,400. So you're mainly using these mid or low GWP refrigerants for this industry. The benefit, again, is also it's a fixed target. It's not a relative reduction target. You don't have to get 1% below something by someone. Everybody has to achieve the same number by the year 2030. It's relatively more straightforward to implement. But it's still a company target. It's not a per system or per store target. So it has that same flexibility as GHGP, where you can do more in some stores. You may not have to touch some other stores. And it does reward conversion to low and lower GWP technologies in existing stores. As your existing fleet turns over to lower GWP refrigerants, your weighted average GWP goes down, and so it helps you. So with that, that's the evolution of where we are, where we started, and here we are. That CARB is proposing the following rules. New equipment in new constructed facilities or major remodels have to have a GWP less than 150 for the refrigerants. For existing retail food facilities, this is primarily supermarkets, grocery stores, there are two compliance pathways: the weighted average GWP and the GHGP option, which the stakeholders suggested. The benefits of the two compliance pathways for existing stores is the flexibility to plan these transitions over the next 8 to 10 years. And it prepares this sector for a future HFC phase down or a sales ban. Because when and if the Kigali Amendment is ratified, the sales ban can have quite an effect. The European Union has experienced a lot of market volatility, acute refrigerant shortages, and if everybody in California got their weighted average GWP below 1,400, your exposure to something like that could be reduced. Now I'm going to move on to the draft regulatory text related to this updated proposal. Just to situate everyone again, if you have a copy in the room of the draft text in your hand, we have rolled these new prohibitions into the existing SNAP regulation, as Glenn mentioned. The old regulation is captured in tables 1 and 2. The new requirements are placed in tables 3 and 4. So first we'll start with the new refrigeration equipment. So how do we make sure so I'll go through it first. The new refrigeration equipment, non-residential, containing more than 50 pounds of refrigerant per system, is prohibited from using refrigerants with GWP of 150 or greater starting 2022. Chillers and ice rinks have a separate rule, and I'll talk about that later. And to capture that new construction and remodels, this is how we've defined new refrigeration equipment, that any equipment that is first installed using new or used components in either new construction, in an existing facility not previously used for retail, food, commercial, cold storage, or IPR, or an existing facility where 75% or more of compressors, condensers, and connected evaporator loads have been replaced. Now, this is a work in progress. This is based on some feedback we've already received from our stakeholders. And our question to you is does C capture major remodels clearly enough? Is that a good enough way to define? I'm posing this question now, but we'll actually put this up again at the end. I'll get through my presentation, and then we'll open it up for comments and questions. But bear in mind that we've developed this definition with your help, and we need some more input from you on this. Here are some of the requirements that are applicable to Table 3, so this new refrigeration equipment requirement. The equipment manufacturers would be required to have some labeling like the AC equipment, stating the type of refrigerant, the charge of refrigerant, date of manufacture, and if there are existing labels out there that meet these requirements, we know product standards, UL standards do require some labeling, then those labels can be used. But our question really is, are the existing labels able to meet these requirements? And we're looking for our end users to tell us a little bit more about that, our OEMs to tell us a little bit more about that. Another requirement for equipment manufacturers would be record keeping. These are essentially the same requirements that they have to already follow under the current California SNAP regulation. So all of the details that are up on the screen. A key thing that's different between the old SNAP and new for equipment manufacturers, there is no disclosure statement. So you'll notice that that's missing. So in lieu of the disclosure, we really have this labeling. And that was also based on feedback that the disclosure statement was a little bit problematic. Now we'll move on to the text for the existing retail food facilities. So here's Table 4, which summarizes the requirements. Really, there are two main rows. One for companies that own or operate 20 or more retail food facilities, so companies with 20 or more supermarkets and grocery stores, and one for companies that have less than that. For the companies with 20 or more, there is a progress step in 2026, which is to get halfway, or nearly halfway there. So really, we're saying attain a company-wide average GWP of, it should say below 2,500, or a 25% reduction in GHGP, if GHGP is your option, by 2026. And the final goal is still below 1,400 for GWP and 55% below baseline for GHGP by 2030. Now, any company, large or small, has to get to the same point by 2030. The ultimate goal is still 2030. The progress step is missing for the small companies because we want to give the independent owners, operators, formula retail stores a little bit more time to plan this. But nobody gets an extension. Everybody has the same final date. And another thing to note, that these calculations have only been done for systems greater than 50 pounds. So these are your RMP systems. We already know about these systems. We've calculated company GWPs and weighted and GHGPs, and that's what needs to be reduced to control the existing banks. Here are some relevant definitions. So for company, this means all businesses, affiliates, brands, subsidiaries, or franchises. The goal really is to make sure that if a company owns enough stores that it crosses that 20 threshold, that they comply with the progress step. If they don't, then they don't have to do the progress step. Everybody still has to do it by 2030. And then we do define retail food facility as a facility that sells food and has at least one refrigeration system greater than 50 pounds of refrigerant. And this includes supermarkets, grocery stores, and other stores, provided they have a system greater than 50 pounds. And these retail food facilities I mentioned already are subject to CARB's RMP. Here are the definitions. The equations you see on the screen are the same as I put up when I was describing these terms. Really, the difference here is baseline GHGP. We have defined that to be the company's baseline in 2018, and that revisions will occur to the baseline if sales or transfers or closures of store happen. Now, sales and transfers are straightforward. Obviously, the responsibility travels with the store. So if a store has done some reductions, the new company will get credit for that. If they haven't done anything and you're buying a new store, then you have to do those reductions. That's captured in the bullet B. We tried to write it in a way that makes it clear, but I don't think we succeeded yet. So we still have to work on the language for that a little bit. But essentially what it's saying is, if you buy a store, their baseline gets added to your baseline, and if they've made any changes, you get the credit for that. So you don't have to double up the effort on that. We have received input that closing stores should be something that we should consider a little bit more, and we are looking into that. We're taking that into account. to see how that can be separated from this. Here are some requirements for Table 4 for retail food facilities. So no requirements for equipment manufacturers because this is already existing equipment. Retail food facilities, the weighted average GWP program is your default program. So if you don't tell us anything, you're automatically enrolled in that. If you want to opt into the GHGP program where we track your baseline, you have to let us know by March 1st of 2022. If that March date is weird to you, it's not so weird for people complying with RMP because that's the date of implementation. That's when you have to report your annual reports in the database. Just along with the annual report that year, you're gonna let us know if you want to do the GHGP program. There is a one-time registration for the low GWP facility. So this is your new construction and remodels. This is a free one-time registration, no implementation fee. This is for us to be able to keep an inventory of the low GWP stores in California and actually see how the transition happens in the state. System details would be similar to what you give under RMP, so charge size, type of refrigerant, and other details. The reporting requirement for Table 4 is, starting 2022, we would need companies to annually report their weighted average GWP or GHGP to us, along with their RMP reports. So just as you're uploading your records on R3, there will be a box that appears to tell you, put in your GHGP or your weighted average GWP, whichever is your option. You put that number in. We obviously calculate your number, but we'll have that from you, as always, by March 1st of the calendar year. You should note that right now in the draft text you have in your hand, that's the only reporting requirement, but we are considering additional reporting requirements to verify charge reduction. And this is something we need your input on. What are the records that we could ask you to report that actually help us verify significant charge reductions? Here are the record-keeping requirements. One, please keep the records of how you calculated your weighted average GWP or GHGP. So this is your spreadsheets, anything that shows your work on how you got to that number. And just in case there is a difference, then we can reconcile. And then there are records for any changes that you make as you move towards achieving your goals of reducing your average GWP or your GHGP. You'll probably do gas changes, charge reductions, and you need to keep these records showing full charge before and after, the means you use to determine full charge, type of refrigerant before and after, amount of refrigerant that's removed, stored, or sent for reclaim and destruction. This goes back to Dick's point that we need to really incentivize or make sure that reclaim recover industry is a robust one. It helps our goals. With RMP, they're already required to report that, and these are just records they'll keep for what they're already reporting in RMP. If a system's removed or retired, just the date of removal and the amount of refrigerant that's removed. Most of this you already report under the RMP. These are just the records that would be associated. Key thing would be charge reduction, the verification documents we need to actually verify that charge reduction, and that documentation can be invoices, receipts, records of shipments, plans, or work details that are generated typically by service technicians, engineers, or refrigerant reclaimers as they pull out refrigerant and take it away. So that's the end of new refrigeration equipment and rules for retail food facilities. And now I'm just going to talk a little bit about the GWP limits for chillers. We put in a definition because we're actually putting it in the table. This definition is taken straight from AHRI. They helped us write this. This is really long. I don't expect you to read it in 5 seconds and tell me what's wrong with it or not. Please take your time and give us your feedback later on this. But essentially, as Alex from NRDC mentioned, it's already the law that there are some prohibited substances for chillers under SB 1013. Now, we are just clarifying the GWP limit. That essentially would mean the same thing. So no more things are prohibited than are already prohibited. This GWP limit would just apply. And we are also clarifying that it's not just AC chillers. Chillers as an equipment type are used in multiple end uses. For example, industrial process refrigeration. And chillers would all get a GWP threshold of 750, provided they have that evaporator temperature. Based on industry feedback, we've understood that some low-temperature chillers cannot comply with the 750 limit, so they're being given a 2200 limit for now, and the prohibition dates are 2024 for chillers, as was true in SB 1013, so we haven't changed that. How we define new chiller is a little bit different from how we define new refrigeration equipment. So here, new construction and remodel doesn't apply. This is the old definition in SNAP, which says if it's either first installed or is modified such that the capacity is increased or cumulative replacements happen such that a cost threshold of 50% is triggered, that's considered a new chiller. We are also clarifying the GWP limit for ice rinks. We understand that most ice rinks actually do use chillers, so that 750 limit also applies to ice rinks, but we get a lot of questions specifically about ice rinks, so we're clarifying that. Prohibition date, same as chillers, 2024. And with that, I'm through with all of the draft text associated with refrigeration, and here are our next steps and timelines. We've had great interaction with our stakeholders over the last couple of years. We've received tremendous feedback. You have helped improve and streamline our proposal. We are here in January, which is really our third workshop. As Catherine mentioned earlier, we will be releasing our statements of reason along with our economic analysis and reg language in June, following which a 45-day comment period would open. This is, if you receive any comments during that time, it becomes part of the official docket. But you do not have to wait until then. As you've seen, we are happy to engage with you sooner. We need your feedback now. So please provide it now. We hope to take this to our board for consideration in July of this year. And if the board approves it, then the effective date for refrigeration equipment would be 2022, and for chillers, it would be 2024. We do request you that if you want to provide some feedback on the draft regulatory text, please do so by February 21st by emailing us at hfcreduction@arb.ca.gov. You have our individual emails, but please also copy that so that we can have all your comments in one place. So keep that email address in your books. Now I'm just going to put up this question recap. These were some of the questions that we posed to you on our slides. For new refrigeration equipment, does C adequately cover remodels? Do the existing labels meet the requirements? And for existing retail food facilities, can we consider additional reporting requirements to verify charge reductions? And we're also obviously happy to take comments and questions about any other topics. Thank you, and I'm just gonna leave this up so that we can all keep this in mind.
And just to clarify, I know, Richie, you had a date for February 21st for any comments on the reg text. I just want to clarify, we still would have a 45-day official public comment process, but the reason we put this February 21st is more to get some quick input or earlier, so we can factor that in going forward, and that applies to both proposal, air conditioning and refrigeration. So it's kind of a way for us to know if you have any initial thoughts or input on the draft reg, so we can factor that in. Thanks.
Should I go? Thank you very much for pushing this out so quickly. This is very helpful for the process of discussion and to try to help improve definitions and so on. We were looking for things that we might be able to help you to tweak to reach your goals, but be perhaps a little bit more clear. We did have some questions. We were trying to better understand the definition of new, requiring for a new store that you would go to a 150 GWP. And so we will be looking at that in a little bit more detail and come back to you because we're not sure if it has captured what you're after. Maybe a point of clarification, perhaps you could explain where you want to draw that line, because we weren't certain when we read the definitions if you were specifically just looking at an absolute 100% retrofit of a facility, or if you were looking at drawing the line in a different place.
Thanks, Helen. That's a good question. So that's essentially, you've captured the reason behind us changing the definition for new refrigeration equipment. So instead of trying to define new construction and remodels, what we did is we just redefined the term new refrigeration equipment for the purposes of Table 3. And what it says is if you use new components or used components in new construction or in a facility that was never a refrigerated facility, or you replace 75% or more of compressors, condensers, connected evaporator loads, then it's new. And I think that last part is where we wanted to capture how much of a conversion are we calling major enough that it would warrant new refrigeration equipment. Now, this was developed with the help of supermarket stakeholders, and maybe they can help us refine it a little bit more if we haven't quite captured it, or if there are any confusions with it, we can do that. But that's where you want to look in that definition.
That's very helpful, thank you. Oh.
Ed Esberg with Raley's. 2 comments. On the labeling issue, almost all supermarket systems are built-up systems, field assembled, and labeling is going to be very difficult. Some people use racks that could have a label, but some people use individual compressors. I think labeling is something you have to get away from on supermarket applications. And my other question, I brought it up a couple weeks ago and I didn't get an answer. Supermarkets take about 2 years to develop. So if the implementation date is January 2022, we have to be planning this right now for any 2022 construction. So what is really going to be, and how are you going to define what falls under the January 22 date? Is it the permit date, start of design, start of construction? We need to clarify that because it really has to happen right now if you're going to build a store by 2022.
Thanks, Ed. As always, great question. And we actually spent the last couple of weeks on your question internally, how to best clarify that. Should we actually define effective date, or should we use an existing definition that can act as a proxy? And for now, there is a definition there that says date of manufacture. And it has lots of subparts, but there is a specific part about built-up systems, and it says that essentially for built-up systems, the date of manufacture is the date when the refrigerant is first charged into the system, meaning you've installed it, it's all linked up, you added the refrigerant, that's your date of manufacture. We're hoping to just use that as the effective date because I think we wanted to align it as closely with the operational date. We were trying to make it such that you would add refrigerant close to when your store is going to become operational. It's a new store, and then if that suffices. But we're happy to take your input on clarifying this. But
anybody designing a store has to do it right now.
Yes, that is what that means.
Okay.
And just to add to Richie's answer, the effective date and date of manufacture is something that CARB actually used from the federal EPA. So that's consistent, and I realize that some people may not actually agree with that, but for built-up systems, the time you first add the refrigerant is considered the final date of manufacture. And we can certainly, listen to your feedback on that.
This is Danielle Wright with the North American Sustainable Refrigeration Council. When do you expect to finalize that language?
As soon as you help us finalize it. So the goal is to make it a part of the notice package. The June date that we put up after which a comment period opens, final reg language or order should be a part of that. So within the next few months, which is why we had put up that Feb 21st date. Even though it's not an official deadline, we would really like your input by then.
Okay, because I think there'll be some confusion. Some folks are assuming it'll be like Title 24. And so if you've already pulled the permits, you're safe. So we'd want to get that clarified as soon as possible.
Okay, that's very good to know. And Danielle, we should talk about this more, definitely. Okay.
And I just want to say or add one more comment. So thank you very much for your partnership in working on this alternative proposal. And I also want to thank the end users that contributed to the alternative proposal. And, I think at the end of the day, we had feedback from over 70% of the supermarkets in California. So it was a end user driven solution. I will say, so it is a better solution than what was originally proposed, but I do want to underscore that it will still be incredibly difficult and expensive solution. And so I just want to highlight the need for funding, and I know we're going to get to that in the afternoon, and also highlight that this is an important issue for NASRC as we move forward with our retailers.
Thanks, Danielle. I think that's a key portion, and I think really the end users have driven this proposal forward and made it what it is. We completely understand how this is still onerous, but the ask for flexibility, the time to plan and spread out the costs over 8 to 10 years is baked in for that reason. We do have an incentive program. I've mentioned this before. The good news person of this team is going to talk in the afternoon again today to talk more about how we can help make this transition. And we could not thank our stakeholders enough for all the inputs that they've given us and the NASRC for playing such a vital role in this. Thank you.
Good morning. Chuck Allgood with Chemours up here. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just curious, I have a question around the charge reduction initiative. Yeah, you seem to be counting on that to make a significant impact, and I was curious what your research or end user feedback told you about the feasibility or how much of a reduction it could make, how much excess refrigerant is actually sitting out in these systems that can just be pulled out.
That's a great question, Chuck, and in fact, it's a question we've posed back to our stakeholders a number of times, because remember the GHGP option, where they actually get a lot of credit for doing charge reductions, came from the end users. And from what we understand, between 10 and 30% can accompany gas retrofits or distributing systems from going from a centralized to a distributed framework can happen. Provided, for example, with gas retrofits, it's not direct. You have to do additional things like plated heat exchangers to get some charge reduction. From the distribution architecture, you do get some reduction because there's fewer piping, there's less length of piping, the systems are located more close to the display cases and the cases that they're serving. There's also micro-distributed architecture that can really cut down on charge, so those things are all there. I think one thing we do want to mention about this 50-pound threshold, that's a question that comes up, is if an existing system above 50 pounds goes below 50 pounds as part of charge reduction, you still have to tell us exactly how much charge reduction happened. It doesn't just vanish from the inventory, because we don't have inventory of systems less than that, but we can't give you full credit. We have to give you credit just enough for the amount of charge that was reduced. But that's a great question.
Okay, yeah, just to clarify, so that all accompanies hardware changes, and it's not just pulling gas out of a touch store and hoping to get a big reduction that way.
Yes, and which is why we make it clear that nominal reductions, which is that difference between full charge and operational charge that can vary, that doesn't really count as charge reduction.
Hi, Julie Malinowski-Ball, Public Policy Advocates. Just a clarifying question. This fleet average is only applicable to the retail food facility. So if I had a non-residential, non-retail food company with multiple facilities in the state, I don't have that option as a company-wide weighted average.
Good question. Yes. If you remember the pie chart we put up, most of the banked emissions do come from our commercial refrigeration, which are mainly made up of retail food facilities. It's not just restricted to supermarkets and grocery stores. There are some additional things like convenience stores, restaurants in there, provided they have a system above 50 pounds. Then you could get the same rule for yourself. But mainly, the facilities that we have registered in RMP under our database tell us that it's supermarkets and grocery stores. Yeah. For everybody else, there is that new refrigeration equipment rule, and certain other things will cover the other sectors. For example, IPR uses mainly chillers. Chillers have their own GWP limits, so other things cover the other sectors, which also mainly use ammonia, like I pointed out.
This is Alex from NRDC. Certainly appreciate the formulation you all have come up with, and it's a impressive approach, I think. I am concerned that the rate of reductions put forth, the 55%, the GWP thresholds, it's not immediately clear to me how those were arrived at, and they actually don't seem that ambitious, unfortunately. So the Kigali Amendment, which we're all many of us are actually working very hard on all sides to get us a part of, at least domestically. That would basically constitute a 70% supply reduction by from a baseline of maybe 2012, call it. And so certainly there's flexibility to move between sectors, but I know the proposal on air conditioning certainly is pushing these folks quite hard in the industry. And so Glenn did mention, something about how far these two regs will collectively get us to the goal. I think, I'd like to see what this is doing, and a 1,400 fleet average by 2030. That sounds like a retrofit of your 404 systems, and that's 10 years from now. I think we need to work with you a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. It's a very important voice to have. So let me first talk a little bit about how we came to this. We had our original proposal of GWP less than 150 for all new equipment. We estimated reductions from that. When we heard from stakeholders that existing facilities cannot meet that, we lost a big chunk of it, more than 90% of it. We had to look at other ways to make that up. These numbers get us really, really close to those initial reductions. That's really how we came up with this. Why is the fleet average 1,400 GWP? That's a great question. In reality, it would be lower than that if we had to meet the target we originally had. We kept that in for the simple reason that an independent operator out there, if just wanted to retrofit, just went from 404 to 448, would at least be able to comply. Our goal is to get more awareness in this industry. We have some industry experts and the largest companies in the room, but there are a lot of smaller grocery stores and supermarkets in California that even serve our disadvantaged communities, and we did not want to disadvantage them. We wanted to give them a viable compliance pathway that's feasible today and bring them down from these really high GWP values to here. And maybe this is a more stepwise approach. Maybe it doesn't get us exactly or is not as aggressive as AC, but I think it's industry driven and it can get us to a better place and spread the awareness. I think we've mentioned this before. The 1,400 is the highest you can be. But we have not hidden anything from you. You know our goals, you know our targets, you know Kigali could be coming. So go as low as possible. But it's up to the retailer to decide, and a supermarket company actually said this eloquently, it's up to the retailer to decide whether they want to invest in a 10-year solution or a 30-year solution. They are not stopped from going below this. They're not stopped from going to 150 in their existing stores. But we do agree that yes, the amount of reductions that are needed or Kigali would bring would be more aggressive than that. And Kigali would be indiscriminate. It would not discriminate between small and large companies, which is why we actually didn't give the small companies a delayed date. We gave them all the same date so that everybody gets to the place at the same time. So really, it was a healthy middle ground to get this industry out of the really high GWP values, think about sustainability more. The big companies already do. They were driven by their sustainability goals to actually come to the table with us. But also the little guys out there who don't know as much should have an option to comply. That's on the table already.
Richie, I was just going to add a couple things. So I think one of the other things, without seeing all the calculations, I mean, depending on the store and what their configuration is, technically to even get down below 1,400, the more lowest, even lower GWP stores conversions happen, that helps them meet that. Just to retrofit across, they would otherwise have to retrofit every single store out there. So it's sort of a combination, gives them flexibility, but also gives them the incentive to not do a temporary solution, but put in the money to go even lower GWP. And in terms of being more, I think it's definitely more aggressive than AC because we're talking about banks, whereas AC was mostly for new construction. So, but we are happy to get, of course, we need more to meet our targets. So definitely look forward to more input.
I will just chime in and underscore Pamela's point. New equipment rules apply when and if you change your equipment. Rules for existing facilities are not based on when they have to do it. They have to do it.
And I just wanted to add a little bit more on that. There's a very good likelihood that there will be an HFC phase down in the allocation sometime in the next 5 years. So there will be a de facto ban on any refrigerant that's as high as R404A or 507 with a 4,000 GWP. And in fact, there probably will not be anything sold that has a GWP greater than 1,500. So what we're doing is we're just putting this into a regulation, the reality that by 2030, you're not going to be able to buy anything greater than 1,500 or 1,400 GWP anyway. In fact, I think that we're basically just preparing industry for what the reality is.
Just thanks for the explanation. And one suggestion I would still have is that you build a look back into this regulation, say in 3 years or 3 years after implementation. How is this going? 2026, whatever. Because I suspect, if things go well, hopefully you will be able to turn up the dial without affecting those serving disadvantaged communities, et cetera. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. That's an excellent suggestion.
I'd like to answer Chuck's question a little more. He asked about what the reduction could be, and you stated 20 to 30%. And that's correct when you switch to a different type of system. But we have demonstrated by just affecting the high side over a 55% reduction in charge, going from 2,300 pounds to 960. So the potential is really great on the charge reduction side.
Ed, thanks for clarifying that. I think earlier when we were discussing, we understood that there was also a retrofit involved. So this is just charge reduction, you're saying? 55%, just charge reduction. Okay, thank you.
That's Mike Straub, Ream HTBG. So a lot of good work went into the proposal, and obviously the stakeholders are engaged, and as you mentioned, they'll continue to want to drive that. So my question is, why have a requirement for less than 150 or greater than 50 pounds GWP when the retailers who are actively engaged and want to do this, why not just stick with Table 4 and then allow the retailers to pick solutions that would drive it towards, so whether it's charge reduction or secondary systems, or as opposed to stipulating that there's a specific requirement for new equipment. Let the retailers decide. They're actively engaged. Obviously, they spent a lot of time to do this. Why don't we just stick with Table 4?
Thank you for that question. And I think this goes back to us trying to implement a transition in this industry that takes us to the lowest GWP possible today. This goes back to a little bit to Alex's question, is the strategy we have for the existing facilities addresses the existing banks, but we also want to put in place a backstop to add to that existing bank. We don't want the new stores to keep adding to this 1,500 level because Kigali is not going to stop there. It's going to go much below that. So if we have a way to put something in place where new stores are buffeted from that, 150 GWP does that. And we believe that that's a way to encourage the transition. I'm just going to add, one of the key things that were brought up is unfamiliarity with the less than 150 GWP. Even though we have those stores in California, we need more of them. And as the new stores keep adding to that inventory, contractor familiarity goes up, end user familiarity goes up, and it reduces the barrier to just going more sustainable in this industry. Once these systems go in, they stay there for 30 years. So we have to be cognizant of that we don't let new systems go in that then will have the same problem to cut their emissions at some later stage.
And I understand. So, but your data indicates 1 to 2% are new. So those same retailers are the ones that are driving the 98, 99%. So again, I think it would be better to have them, since they're actively engaged in it, let them drive the solution as opposed to stipulating a specific solution to them.
And they did say that the less than 150, there are retailers in the room right now who are planning stores who've gone through the permitting process for the less than 150. So they did say that they can do it in the existing stores. I think we have a retailer who wants to speak to that.
Yeah, I would just echo the sentiments that were just outlined by Richie. I think the 150 GWP for new stores is extremely important, in large part because it gives training to the industry. And if we don't have that training, then servicing existing facilities into the future and the retrofits that are coming down the pipelines to meet the other outline goals is going to be extremely difficult. So I think it's important. I want to get back to your question around the definition underlined in C. I think we had talked about removing remodels from the conversation because from an operator's perspective, remodels indicate a whole different conversation than what's being discussed here. The other piece that I outline is that new refrigeration equipment doesn't really align with the definition in C in large part because we typically refer to that definition as systems versus equipment. So I just want to be cautious of the terminology we use because a lot of people in the room understand what you're speaking to because they've sat in on a number of these workshops. But when you start getting into the operator space, it's going to be very confusing for that.
Thank you, Tristan. Follow-up question, don't let the mic go. Is your feedback that the term systems is better than equipment?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's point well taken. The second is we want to remove the term remodels from our discussion. We want to stop using it. Does that 75% replacement thing, is that enough of a coverage of that concept that we can get rid of that word altogether?
Yeah, I think so, especially as it refers to the connected evaporator loads, because that was some confusion if you use the term cases versus evaporators. So I think the 75% of the connected evaporator loads is important.
Okay, perfect. So in totality, if it said new refrigeration systems are defined as these 3 points, that covers it?
Correct. The only thing I think you're missing is the piping piece, which we've mentioned on occasion. So you have condensers, compressors, and 75% of connected evaporator loads. But I would add piping in there because that's a huge component.
Thank you so much.
This is Brian Beitler with NESRC.
Actually, don't do that because we have webcast audience who will need to.
So can you just quickly clarify on chillers used in retail food establishments for display cases, walk-in boxes, those fall under the chiller regulations or the retail food refrigeration regulations?
That's a great question. So our intent is to really regulate chiller as an equipment type that's versatile. We don't mean to go out to spell every single end use that it's used in. We really want to have a one-stop chiller prohibition table. Now, right now, I know it does say air conditioning and industrial process cooling, but maybe this is something we should take more feedback on, whether we should just remove that and say air conditioning and refrigeration, make it more broad. I know the Canadian rule is a little bit more broad. It says commercial and industrial for chillers, for refrigeration for chillers, but I think we need some more feedback from you, whether we should just expand it, because we agree it's unclear what the applicability is to commercial refrigeration chillers.
Thank you. This is Rajan Rajendran from Emerson. Pretty much everything I wanted to say, Helen and Danielle and Pamela stole all my ideas and questions. So
that's our goal.
I know. No, that's good. I echo a lot of what Danielle said, as well as some of the comments that have been made here. Regarding this remodel question, I now understand, okay, so the remodel is probably it can be misconstrued by different people because it means different things to different people, so we have to be very clear what we're talking about. But when you use the word 75% of connected loads and et cetera, 75% what? Is it BTUs? Is it horsepower? Is it cost? Is it weight? Is it the number of? So we have to be very clear about what we mean by that 75% number. What should I multiply by 75% to get and report to you that I've got it?
Well, my quick answer would be our intent was we originally said major remodel as like, no, that's a problematic word for retail food. So our intent is when you're pretty much pulling everything out, which some people might call a gut job, and replace it with new equipment. That's our intent. So we welcome, your ideas on what we mean. What we mean is more than 75% of, the existing equipment has been replaced.
Just to chime in there, the idea that was given to us by supermarket companies was this: do it based on BTUs per hour. The cost threshold is always the tricky one. Because that's the reason of getting rid of that capital cost threshold, because that was always tricky. So they really meant in terms of refrigeration, in terms of BTUs per hour, that if 75% or more of that's replaced, it's a new system. And I think that's where we were. And I can be corrected by our supermarket experts if I'm wrong about that. Yes, but we are happy to take more input on this.
Mike Pennington at Heatcraft here. So you guys just squarely polished off my commentary on those, so I'll leave that alone. Appreciate that. But we do look forward to helping come up with some alternatives and some language, probably in concert with the HRI to polish that off. I do want to echo Helen's comments about the importance of taking California out of the labeling requirement to make that non-state specific, just to facilitate the work that's going on with U.S. Climate Alliance, so we can easily adapt and point to what CARB is clearly seen as being the leader in providing guidance to the states there. So I think that would really facilitate, speed up some of the work to clean up the labeling, not just here, but with the other states.
Thank you, Mike. I do have a question back to the end users in the room. Is if the labeling was gone, and Ed, you've mentioned it already is may be present, may not be present because it's in components. Are there any challenges from the end user's perspective who have to comply with the RMP requirements or the reporting and record keeping? Will it make it make anything difficult for you? We just want to understand.
Depending on the piping length and the number of evaporators determines the amount of refrigerant that we use. So I don't think that's a problem.
So not a problem. And typically we've gone on site visits and seen the charge written on the systems after it's been charged. So is that just the standard practice that the end user's technician will just write it on?
I don't think that's a standard practice,
Okay.
that every system has its charge label.
Documented.
And over time, as you remodel, you add equipment or subtract equipment, that charge changes. So that's not an accurate way.
But you do have documentation that could show us the full charge of the system.
The
present
original
on-
charge, yes.
Okay.
On the 75% thing, I think you need to clarify that to be 75% of the evaporator load and 75% of the compressors and 75% of the condensers and 75% of the piping. Because you wouldn't want to get in a position where you're going to do a machine room upgrade and change 100% of your BTUs and then be forced to change all your cases. It has to be 75% of each of those four segments.
One concern about that is this: if it's an and, not an or, removing 75% of the piping, is that necessary then? Because isn't it a part of it? If your display cases are changing, some amount of your piping changes anyway. And then we could get into the issue of somebody hasn't replaced 75% of their piping, so therefore this doesn't apply to them. Is that a potential issue?
That is a potential issue. We tend to reuse piping over and over again. It
Right.
lasts longer than the machine rooms and the cases.
So how about if, we can talk about this offline also, but we'll carry on this discussion. Thank you, Ed.
I just wanted to speak to the labeling portion. So I think to Ed's point, we have it databased. Having a label is not going to save us. But I will say, if labeling is required, that consistency is extremely important across state lines. So it'd be very, very helpful in that regard. But again, most of it's either kept in our internal databases or in databases that, like the R3 tool. So thank you.
Thank you, Tristan.
And I think just to be clear on the labeling, our understanding is a lot of these components already have some requirements under UL certification that they would have to have what this equipment is going to be used for or charged with. What are those existing requirements? Anybody can speak to that? I don't know.
AJ with Calvis Refrigeration. If labeling is going to be required, I could tell you right now, a lot of people are going to lie. A lot of stores that I go into do not say the charge. So Ed's stores are probably perfect, but I walk into stores almost every day, and the only way to, truly get the accurate charge is to recover the system and pretty much charge it back. But if it is required, then yeah, you're probably not going to have the accurate round numbers on the sticker.
Thanks, AJ. That's really helpful to have the boots on the ground perspective on this.
Back to chillers as tickler order with carrier. This is not really a question, it's more just to make you guys aware. There's a new style of chillers that we just added to 90.1, and it really doesn't make chill water, it makes hot water. So it's a giant heat pump water heater. I'm assuming those are lumped under the chillers, and I think they're being added to Title 24 this round.
That's a good question. And heat pump water heaters, if it is a giant heat pump water heater, even more reason for us to think about it a little bit more. But yeah, I think we'll talk a little bit more about whether that's included in this or yes.
Just to point out, our definition of chiller, which we received from AHRI, does include heating.
It does include it, yeah. That's why I would say it would fall under it,
Yeah.
I go with you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're just focused on the commercial stuff, but I bet you if you go to any, whoever that person is down at the end, if you go to any home and check refrigerators, they'll be labeled. It's per the National Electric Code and through the UL requirements. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm going to read a question from the webcast right now. Just to clarify, as a retailer brings new stores online with the less than 150 GWP refrigerants, those charge amounts and GWPs become part of their total fleet potential, correct? And that's a question from Neil Monson of the Hussman Corporation. And the answer to that is we are considering this, we are taking your input on this, but really, the focus of GHGP and weighted average GWP reduction programs is to bring the existing banks down. We have considered giving credit for new stores under the weighted average GWP program, but there's a lot of internal discussion happening whether we should keep that truly restricted to the existing banks, because adding to that could complicate things. However, any transformation you make to an existing store obviously counts towards that. You obviously get credit for that. But we are happy to take your feedback on this.
Hi, quick question, changing gears a little bit about your inclusion of ultra-low temperature and like lab-grade refrigerators and freezers. Just curious why the exemption on high GWP refrigerants for those applications, looking at the Energy Star list that I downloaded yesterday of the 58 ultra-low temperature freezers that are included, only 3 still use high GWP refrigerants, so.
Glenn, is that a question? Yeah.
The very low temperature exemption is consistent with the US EPA, the European Union F-gas regulation, and it was also suggested as part of the chiller requirements, which you see the chillers go down to minus 58 and you can use 2200 or less. If your application is less than minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit, which is minus 50 Celsius, there really are no HFC prohibitions right now, as long as US EPA says it's acceptable. And I guess the short answer is to be consistent with US EPA, the EU F-gas regulation in Canada. And that's basically the answer. So maybe you can tell us more, like, is that a concern that we're essentially going to allow 404A in medical laboratory freezers? We could have spelled out that medical laboratory research are specifically exempt.
Just to further clarify on the gentleman's question from Hussman, so as it relates to existing facilities today with GWP of less than 150, under both the weighted average as well as the GHGP, assuming it's before 2018, existing facilities with a charge above 50 pounds under 150 GWP would contribute to your goals already. So you're not losing credit for those, but what you're still trying to determine is whether or not new facilities would contribute to the weighted GWP. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Because if it's a store that's existing right now, it's part of your fleet, we would factor that in. If it's a brand new store, we are still considering whether or not including that. And I know the RMP program doesn't require you to register the low GWP facilities you have out there. So we encourage the retailers to send us their lists of low GWP facilities, and we can factor that in because we don't have that in our database.
And that's a follow-up question. When do you intend to have those reported into the RMP or R3 tool?
I think we could make it available with the 2022 annual report, or we could do it sooner. We can have a discussion and take your input on this. What's the best way to do it? When do you want to? When is the easiest way or time for everybody to give us their information on this?
I think the sooner the better.
Sooner the better. We agree. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave Demma with United Refrigeration. Two questions. First of all, on the remodel of a market that's 75% BTU limit, is that a one-time deal, or could a store conceivably replace 50% of their display cases this year and the other 50% next year?
Great question. This goes back to the whole cumulative replacement idea, and I think we need to discuss this a little bit more. We haven't actually sort of dived into the details of that. But our understanding is that if 50% is being done, maybe supermarket companies can speak to this a little bit more. If you do that kind of significant two-step process, or is it in their interest to do it in one shot? Because if it's big enough of a change, they're probably changing their operations and their logistics to make that happen, and whether they can even spread that out over several years. But that's definitely something we should think about and look into. So we'll take your feedback on that.
Okay, second question. If I understand the regulations correctly, that systems with 50 pounds or less are not subject to that maximum 150 GWP, right?
Right, that's correct.
But Glenn, you stated that, I think you said by 2030, you will not be able to buy any refrigerants with a GWP over whatever you said, 1800. So how do you reconcile an existing small piece of equipment with 404A in 10 years and having a deadline where, sorry, you can't get that refrigerant anymore?
So that's a great question, and here's the answer. Kigali, when and if happens, yes, it's going to be indiscriminate. That refrigerant will go away, the high GWP refrigerant. It will not discriminate whether it's being used in a small system or a big system. Our goal with these proposed regulations is to go after the biggest banks. The biggest banks are in these larger systems, larger than 50-pound systems. We encourage the end users out there to go to mid GWP and low GWP, even in the smaller systems. We don't require it, but it is in your best interest to do it in the policy landscape of the global landscape that is happening right now, and the fact that there is legislation in play or being considered right now for that as well.
Richie, I'll just add one more point. So technically, the SNAP rules that California just adopted, US EPA SNAP rules that we adopted in California, they already cover they don't have a size threshold. So there's already, yes, it doesn't go to less than 150, but the really high global warming refrigerants like 404 and 507 are already prohibited right now in California.
For new systems, yes.
Yes, new, and it includes retrofits also.
I'm talking about existing. I mean, there still are 502 systems out there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what you're saying is well and good, but I have to imagine that a lot of end users that have very small, relatively insignificant quantities of equipment are completely removed from any of this discussion. They have no idea of any of this that's coming down. So they're going to be caught off guard.
And the other thing, we get it. I mean, that's why like I said, for the new and retrofits, that requirement is already there. And US EPA, I mean, it was a whole, stakeholder process. But the other thing I wanted to highlight is the smaller the equipment, they're usually factory charged. So really, end users really don't even know. They don't even care what equipment they have. It's really it comes from the factory, and it's really, that's why the manufacturer is sitting in this room, because they're the ones who are putting the refrigerant. They should be making sure that, to comply with the rules. But to that extent, if they're factory charged, the end users really don't have much role in it. But the bigger the systems and the refrigerants being charged in there, that's what we are trying to at least start with the biggest ones to handle the existing banks. And like Richie said, I mean, that's, of course, the whole global phase down. I mean, it's nothing new in this industry. The same end users have gone through R22, I mean, the previous, so it's just going to go through that same cycle, so.
And we are hoping that as the larger systems start to retrofit, there's a healthy reclaim market, and these smaller systems, for a while at least, will not be without that refrigerant in its reclaimed form, because one of the goals is to reuse even that high GWP refrigerant before we can get rid of it entirely. So as the larger systems retrofit, we expect a healthy reclaim market to come out of that, and that's the hope.
So if it's all right, Paul Delaney, Southern California Edison, offer a little more thinking in that regard. I did a search of our system, so basically almost half the state, and we have over 800 refrigerated warehouses. If you look at the list and the consumptions, maybe 20 have enough consumption to show that they would be ammonia. I think there's a whole lot more of these large walk-ins, what I would call a big walk-in, that are using smaller split systems that are not reported to RMP. And even in many cases, I suspect that the facility itself has more than 50 pounds total because each system is independent. So it's another way of thinking about this. And those are all, the ones I've seen so far are all 404 systems. So for what it's worth.
We need to get that list from you, Paul.
Yes.
They should be reporting to RMP if they're not.
And we have heard.
I can't give you names because I looked it up, so we'll have to talk about that. But yeah, I can't do that because of our own security rules. But
No, we get that.
we should talk through that. We really should.
And we have received input from other stakeholders on whether we should consider these per system thresholds or really make them per facility thresholds to better capture this idea that, you can have these split or distributed systems, what happens. But I think the proposed rules go after the biggest banks we know of, but we definitely want to know of the banks we don't know of. That makes sense.
And I would add that CARB did consider including remote condensing units with a charge size less than 50 pounds in this 150 or less global warming potential requirement. At this time, we felt the technology wasn't quite mature enough, but that doesn't mean it's off the table forever. We realize there's a lot of under 50-pound refrigeration systems that are leaking quite a bit. So it's definitely on our horizon.
And technologically, there is encouraging news. There are CO2 condensing units being developed and piloted in the country now, and our hope is that even the little systems can transition to less than 150 soon.
So Paul Delaney again with Edison. Just one last comment in case there are folks in the room that are not coming back after lunch. Our Emerging Technologies program is interested in partnering on any new technologies that save energy, save GHG, save water, et cetera, whether it's in the space conditioning, data center, whatever. So we'd be glad to have those discussions with or partner with anyone in the room, manufacturers, end users, groups like NASRC, and of course CARB. So just thought I'd let you know in case you're not coming back.
Thank you, Paul.
I don't know if there's other topics, but it's refrigeration related. Have you thought any more about when and if you're going to do transport refrigeration? Who's going to handle that?
Good question, Dick, and it's being handled as we speak. So there is already a proposed regulation for transport refrigerating units. It's much larger. It encapsulates other requirements. And instead of placing just the refrigerant portion here and confusing the TRU stakeholders, we've decided to make that TRU regulation a one-stop shop. And I believe the proposed GWP limit for TRU refrigeration is 2,200, starting 2025. That's the current proposal.
Is that out published or?
We can get back to you on that, where they are in that process, but it's already under consideration.
Okay,
great. It's not quite public yet, but we've been working with closely with the stakeholders.
Okay. Yeah, our guys might know. I just want to double check and make sure.
I think it aligns with the Canadian rules, so I think that was a concern of TRUs going back and forth between the two countries, and so that aligns that.
Yeah, because they go everywhere, yeah.
We do have a question from our webcast. It's from DC Engineering. This is a design and engineering firm from Leah Wan. There are two questions. One, for full charge, has use of actual measurements of the amount of refrigerant added or evacuated from the appliance intentionally been excluded? Answer is no. We already have in RMP some methods by which full charge can be determined. EPA has also determined some measures, and if there's language we need to put in there, we can do that. 2, for reporting requirements, it may be helpful to require the person performing the work to provide documentation to the end user. It can be very challenging and time-consuming for end users to get documentation they are required to maintain from the person who actually performs the work. Thank you, and that's already required under RMP as well. It's really the certified service technician that gives you the records that you're supposed to maintain, and you're actually supposed to maintain the certificate number that their US EPA is certified. So the documentation does come from the service industry. It's just the end user's responsibility to maintain those records. I think I'm just going to put the question slide up one more time, just to make sure that we've covered it. And so I think we've gotten information on the new refrigeration equipment definition. We've gotten information on labels. For existing retail food facilities, it's the requirements, reporting requirements to verify charge reduction. I think we need more information and feedback on that. It'll be helpful if we could work a little bit on that with our stakeholders. And if there are any other topics that supersede your desire to have lunch, please bring it up now. Okay, I think we are going to, with that, thank you for listening. As always, we welcome and encourage your feedback to us. Thank you for helping us design these regulations, and that's our contact information. And then we will be reconvening at 1 for our portion on the incentive program. Thank you again.
Guys, the cafe downstairs now takes credit cards, so you do not have to use cash anymore.
That is a big upgrade, so.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's find a seat so we can get started. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here for the incentive portion of today's workshop. I wish more people had stayed back to hear some of the good news that we have to share. We will be talking about the SB 1013 Fluorinated Gases Emission Reduction Incentive Program. Kind of a long name, so we're going to call it the F-Gas Reduction Incentive Program, or from now on. The primary goal of today's workshop is for us to get stakeholder feedback on how we should spend this $1 million and also achieve significant greenhouse gas emission reductions and help the supermarket industry transition to better technologies. We're looking to you to help make this program as successful as possible. It's a good start. We're excited to be creating this incentive program. We want to design a program that is scalable, can be easily adopted by other agencies, and expanded as future funding becomes available. I will start with some of the requirements and guidelines that appropriations from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF, are subject to. I will then describe the process that the funding program must follow and also share a tentative timeline. I will present some of our initial ideas for eligible technologies and funding amounts for the program for which we would like your feedback. And then we have some exciting announcements from utilities and agencies that have joined us today. And as for the structure, I will follow what my colleagues did earlier this morning. I'll complete the presentation, point out some of the discussion points, and then come back to discuss those points. Some background. SB 1013, the California Cooling Act, which was passed in 2018, directed the creation of an incentive program for promoting the adoption of low GWP refrigerant technologies. $1 million was allocated in the 2019-2020 budget. Programs and projects using funds from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund are branded under the umbrella of California Climate Investments, which I will discuss next. All programs funded in whole or in part by GGRF fall under the umbrella of California Climate Investments. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about this because as we design the program, we need to keep California Climate Investments recommendations and guidelines in mind as we design the program. What is California Climate Investments? It's a statewide initiative that directs billions of dollars of cap-and-trade funding towards reducing primarily greenhouse gas emissions, strengthening California's economy, improving public health and the environment, with an emphasis on disadvantaged communities. Next, I would like to spend a couple of minutes talking about how money is allocated from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. This is a question that we get asked very often from our stakeholders. Cap-and-trade auction proceeds are put into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. These are taxes that high GHG emitters across the state are required to pay. The legislature and governor appropriate cap-and-trade proceeds to state agencies to administer various programs across the state. These GGRF appropriations are subject to certain requirements. CARB has a dual role in the administration of California Climate Investments. More broadly, CARB provides overarching guidance on how this money should be spent in accordance with GGRF guidelines. And this is to state agencies covering a wide number of issues: transportation, food, housing, a variety of things that could contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Specific to the F-gas reduction incentive program, we are responsible for establishing eligibility requirements, designing and making available program materials to the applicants, conducting outreach, and then also selecting, awarding, and implementing projects. And as we do all of this, we must meet the state's statutory and policy objectives as we design the program. So what are some of these requirements? Primarily, greenhouse gas emission reductions, benefiting priority populations to the extent possible, maximizing any other economic, environmental co-benefits to the state, supporting workforce development across the state, in particular with green technologies, avoiding disproportionate impacts to priority populations, and ensuring transparency and accountability throughout the program design and implementation. Priority populations are defined as disadvantaged communities, or DACs, as defined by SB 535, low-income communities and low-income households identified in Assembly Bill 1550. Next on, I'll describe a little bit of the process that all greenhouse gas appropriations must follow. The very first step is the expenditure record, which is a legal document that we must provide. It's a high-level description of how our program is going to meet the California climate investment requirements. This phase of the process is already complete. The second step is developing the program materials, the program guidelines, and the quantification methodology. This is where stakeholder input is very key. Program guidelines is pretty much everything that applicants need to know about the program: who's eligible, what technologies are eligible, the amount, the funding amount, the application process, any deadlines. And the second, the quantification methodology, is an Excel-based tool that CARB will provide to all applicants. As I said, California Climate Investments requires greenhouse gas emission reductions that are quantifiable. So we provide a tool to all applicants so that they can use the same baseline criteria to quantify greenhouse gas emission reductions from their projects. And I want to emphasize here once again, this is developed in close coordination with stakeholders like yourself. We don't develop these in silo. We provide comment periods for our draft program guidelines as well as the quantification methodology, and today is just a start in that process. And lastly, we provide solicitation material templates to all potential applicants that they need to submit as part of the application process. Moving on to a tentative timeline. So there are really two real deadlines for all GGRF funds. The first one is the encumbrance deadline, which is 2 years after the funds have been appropriated. For us, that is June 30th, 2021, the date that you see on the second to last row. The second other important date is the liquidation deadline. This is the date by which all funds need to be used up by funding recipients. So using these two deadlines, we backtracked and developed a tentative timeline to ensure that we meet the June 30th, 2021 deadline. That's the first one approaching. We want to spend the next couple of months in getting stakeholder feedback on the program design, the quantification methodology, basically how we should spend this money, what kind of funding would be useful for the retail food sector, which is what we're considering for this funding. We intend to release draft guidelines and quantification methodology in April, so we request that you give us feedback earlier rather than later, by March 15th at the latest. And you'll have another opportunity to comment on the draft guidelines, which we'll post for maybe 2 to 4 weeks on our website. Following that, we intend to have a second workshop or a webinar to go over what applicants need to do to submit an application and provide technical assistance in preparing applications. We anticipate that we'll open the solicitation for about 8 weeks, sometime in the summer, and then try to announce awards about a month later. GGRF funds are dispersed on a reimbursement basis. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, and that's why there's such a long liquidation deadline. A little bit more detail about the application process. Like I said, expected to open during the summer for about 8 weeks. We'll provide technical assistance before and during the application process to ensure that applicants have all the support and information necessary to be able to submit an application. And some of the materials that we think, again, this is proposed. You'll see a yellow proposed header on many of the slides. This is all up for discussion. It's tentative. It has not been set in stone. We expect there'll be a project narrative, definitely greenhouse gas emission reductions and other co-benefits using CARB's quantification methodology, which will be developed in coordination with stakeholders, and also a plan for training contractors in low GWP technologies. We're considering requiring that as part of some of the funding, and any other supporting documentation. I want to talk briefly about our website and how we will communicate information about this program. The FRIP website was launched last week. It's live. All program materials will be posted here. Program guidelines, draft, we'll have all key deadlines posted there. We'll provide basic information on all applications that are submitted to ensure transparency, as well as announce the awards and the project results as the projects are implemented. If you are subscribed to our HFC listserv, you will receive updates when program materials are posted. If you're not, please talk to me or any of our staff on how you can subscribe to our listserv. This is not going to be too much of a surprise, but it's still open for discussion. SB 1013 is not very specific in terms of who is eligible for funding. All SB 1013 says is users of refrigerant technologies are eligible for funding. We're considering opening the funding only to the retail food sector, which would be owners and operators of refrigeration systems. But once again, we'd like to get your feedback on that. And more specifically, we're considering only allowing systems greater than 50 pounds, which is consistent with the refrigerant management program and also consistent with our refrigeration rulemaking. Next on, I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper discussion into some of the ideas that we've developed so far about the types of technologies and the specific funding amounts. And once again, I'm going to emphasize this is not for certain. This is just based on initial stakeholder feedback and some of our internal discussions of what we think might be the best way to design a program to get emission reductions that are as high as possible. So we decided to split the funding into 2 tiers and split the amounts equally. We have $1 million, so $500,000 for innovative technologies and $500,000 for conventional technologies. In Tier 1, we're considering partial or full installations of systems using ultra-low GWP refrigerants, which we're defining as GWP less than 10, and this funding would be open to new and existing stores. For conventional technologies, we're thinking about refrigerant retrofits and charge reductions. Again, similar ideas presented in the refrigeration rulemaking. We're considering refrigerant retrofits specifically from high GWP gases like 404A and 507 to lower GWP HFO blends 448, 449. And we're also considering having a separate category for refrigerant retrofits accompanied with a charge reduction of 25% or potentially more. This would be a permanent charge reduction rather than a nominal charge reduction accomplished through system architectural changes. And next, I'm going to describe these tiers in a little bit more detail and go over some of the scoring criteria. So we're considering providing $150,000 per applicant or 100% of the cost premium, whichever is lower. And some of the technologies that would be eligible are more cutting-edge technologies that are not as prevalent in California right now. Maybe there's a few systems, but we'd like to see more of these technologies being used. CO2 condensing units, HFC, HVAC, integrated refrigeration systems, which would mean a store that is completely HFC-free with the air conditioning and refrigeration portion, CO2 transcritical with ejectors or other enhancements. And we're open to more suggestions for other technologies we could include. Cascade systems using a variety of ultra-low GWP refrigerants and R290 micro-distributed systems. Tier 1 would be a competitive solicitation, which means that the projects with the highest score would get the funding award. And we want to encourage this so we get innovative projects that have significant GHG reduction benefits. We're considering providing some points based on the type of technology. We maybe higher points for CO2 condensing units, which are not as prevalent and we'd like to see more off in the market, versus R290 micro-distributed systems, which are starting to become more popular. Definitely GHG reductions, which would be possible through refrigerant reductions as well as energy efficiency. And we're also considering specific requirements to address the lack of information sharing in this industry, as well as the lack of trained technicians in low GWP technologies. One idea that we're considering is that for each funding recipient, they would be required to host a training session that would be open to contractors in the area, not just contractors that regularly service their systems, but contractors in the area. And this would address the lack of trained technicians. And we would also require some sort of case study with energy efficiency data, challenges, lessons learned as this project is implemented to encourage more information sharing in the industry. And some preferential points if applicants are able to secure match funding from utilities. I'll talk a little bit more about that. If the project is implemented in an existing store, as you heard in the last presentation, Richie's presentation about the refrigeration rulemaking, and if you've been involved in stakeholder discussions, existing stores is really where the biggest challenges lie. In addition, providing extra points if the store is located in a disadvantaged community or independently owned, this would be consistent with California climate investments requirements and guidelines. This by no means is an exhaustive list on some of the things that we can talk about, the types of technologies, the requirement for match funding. Should that be a requirement or should that be just extra points? Is that hard to get? What can CARB do to facilitate that? In addition, we would like your support in coming up with a plan for connecting OEMs with potential supermarkets, especially the smaller ones, may not have direct connection with the OEMs. And I see a role for NASRC, the California Grocers Association, in facilitating those partnerships. The GHG emission reduction baseline, like I said, the quantification methodology, which every applicant would be required to use, would need to be consistent across all applicants, and we're considering using the refrigerant baseline as R448449, based on stakeholder feedback that this is the status quo refrigerant. If you were to put in a new supermarket in California today, it's highly likely that this is the highest GWP refrigerant you would go with. Also, the energy efficiency baseline, which is going to be a little bit more challenging, should this be without adiabatic condensers? And it's for us to learn a little bit more about what the standard process is if a store were to go in for a retrofit right now. What kind of modeling would they do before they decide what technology to use? And we want to make it as simple as possible while also getting adequate data. And then, because the funding is limited, one incentive per company and potentially two incentives if it's CO2 condensing units, which tend to be much smaller. Moving on to Tier 2, another $500,000 for this. Based on stakeholder feedback that we've gotten as part of the refrigeration rulemaking, we understand that it costs about $45 per pound. This is on average based on data from a number of supermarkets to convert refrigerants from 404A or R22 to lower GWP HFO blends 448, 449. And we're considering offering incentives for 25% of the refrigerant retrofit cost, which would end up being about $11 per pound. So if you have a 100-pound supermarket, you'd be eligible for a little over, I should be able to do that very easily, but over $1,000. If you do a refrigerant retrofit, in addition to a charge reduction that's 25% or greater, we would increase that cost to about 50%. And this is relatively, it seems relatively arbitrary because we don't have very good data on how much charge reduction actually costs. So this is another point that we would like your feedback on. The scoring criteria for Tier 2 would be slightly different than Tier 1. This might be more on a rolling basis with some preference points, simply because the GHG emission reductions would be fairly consistent for a refrigerant retrofit. Definitely different if charge reduction is involved. That would vary from project to project. Some requirements we're considering is including guidance documents for retrofits in the grant agreement to ensure that retrofits are done in the best way possible, ensuring energy efficiency savings in conjunction with any manufacturer, chemical manufacturer guidance of how to use the newer refrigerants in older systems. And also requirements on how that refrigerant must be recycled or reclaimed. Similar to Tier 1, extra points if the applicant is able to secure match funding from a utility or is located in a disadvantaged community or is independently owned. Similar to Tier 1, we would like your feedback on all aspects of the scoring, the funding amounts. What about the 25%? Is that a good starting point? What about 25% for a higher charge or a higher charge reduction? Is that reasonable if we provide 50% of the refrigerant retrofit cost? And other ideas on how we can ensure that leaks are managed after retrofits. We don't want to incentivize all leaky systems to continue leaking the way that they were leaking before. Definitely the impact is going to be lower since the GWP is lower, but we want to use that opportunity to also tune the system up so that the potential to leak is lower. And factoring in energy efficiency for retrofits is going to be challenging because this would require establishing a baseline for an existing store. And so that would take some more discussion to see how that would be feasible. And as I said earlier, GGRF funds are dispersed on a reimbursement basis. And we know that paying for the upfront, the cost premium is often a barrier for the adoption of low GWP technologies. So some ideas that we have for how we can still pay on a reimbursement basis, but provide funding not after the entire project is installed, but maybe halfway through or in the initial phases of the project. One way would be paying for engineering design services rather than the equipment, or paying for partial equipment. With a refrigerant retrofit, it's a little bit easier because we could just pay for the price of the wholesale refrigerant and maybe some valves, which would cover 25% of the cost. So any ideas that you have about that? And then this brings me almost close to the end of my presentation, but we would also like feedback on the solicitation period and how that jives with the supermarket planning period over the next few months, because we have a June 30th, 2021 deadline for announcing the awards and allotting funding to different recipients. We don't have a whole lot of time to play with, but how can we best accommodate supermarket planning within the time that we do have? And next, like I said, we have some exciting announcements from utilities. So first, I'd like to invite Eric Johnson of the CPUC to make an announcement, and then Paul Delaney of SoCal Edison to also make an announcement.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I work at the CPUC. I'm the HFC analyst at the CPUC. I started recently. And we're not going to make any big announcements today. I don't want to talk about numbers. I just want to express an intent for the CPUC to work on this issue. We are chartered by SB 1013 to work on it. There's specific language. Asking the CPUC to develop a strategy for refrigerants in its energy efficiency portfolio. And so what we're doing internally right now is developing that strategy. And we also see incentives as being very important in this equation, and we're hoping to make a contribution in that area as well. But like I said, we need to figure out exactly what that is. We're very aligned with CARB in terms of its benchmarks on its GWP limits and timelines and so forth. And I'd also like to just say that I'm very impressed with the team here at CARB, and you guys are doing a great job. And I know that you're often in the hot seat in events like this, but I just wanted to compliment you. Let's see what else. That's about it. You'll see more coming from us this year. Public proceedings will start later, starting with workshops. We'll be doing some similar workshops to this on alternatives and incentives, and so stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Oh, you're right. A lot of people took the opportunity to leave a little early. I'll tell you what, it's always been a great experience to come up here and work with the California Air Resources Board. The most exciting thing today, though, is to have someone from the California Public Utilities Commission here, because they've been the one that hasn't been here before. And it's always good to see that you're in the same place as we are, and we're trying to work towards goals for the state that reduce GHG and improve energy efficiency and that sort of thing. So I have the best job in the world right now, at least I think so. I'm in the emerging products and technologies group at Southern California Edison, and we get to look for new opportunities to save energy, new opportunities to reduce GHG, reduce water consumption, and see how that can, what those things mean to our customers, those things mean to the utility, and those things mean to the state. So what that means is we have a program. You don't have to wait. You can go to SCE.com and look up SCE ideas, and you can say, I am a small supermarket operator in, let's pick, well, how about Fresno? I'm wearing a Fresno State jacket here. My son went to school there. Anyway, so we're in Fresno. We have an idea. We want to work with XYZ manufacturer. We cannot endorse any one manufacturer, but we can work with anyone to demonstrate a technology. So we have this idea we want to implement in our store, and it's going to reduce GHG. It's going to meet the new rules for 150 or less, and it's going to improve energy efficiency. It's going to use no water, whatever it is. I mean, it just make up whatever it is you want to do and submit it to our process. And we can fund those sorts of programs or those sorts of projects right now. What's best about working with CARB is that we can partner with end users, manufacturers, whoever, and leverage our funds with any incentives from the Air Resources Board and make that work. If you look at Tier 1 and Tier 2, if you think emerging technologies, you think emerging would fit with innovation better than existing. Well, there's a definition of emerging technologies that says New to the market, commercially available. That's one definition. The other thing is new to the market, but underutilized or has not been adopted into the marketplace. So we can actually play in both spaces. What I shared with Anshul is that our program manager, Edwin Hornquist, he said, we were talking about this, we can work with anyone, anywhere in the state. Our current role as ET program overseer says that anything that's applicable to investor-owned utility ratepayer, we can work in their space, and then we can arm wrestle with SMUD and LADWP about any other opportunities there. So we can even look at what we'd like to do actually is be involved in the measurement and verification for all the energy-related implications for all projects, GHG, water implications, so that we can get our arms around what that means. So any M&V work we would like to be a part of or would like to offer as one of the things we can do. And then if we want to partner above and beyond that or accept a specific technology, then we can talk about that. We don't have, other than it has to make sense, I can't double dip. I can't provide incentives from one program and use ET money for the same goal in mind. But as long as I keep those separate and logical, as long as it makes sense and there's enough market share, then we can be involved and get it approved. So hopefully we'll be easy to work with, but sometimes we take a while. So is that enough? Okay.
Paul, just a quick question. So you've mentioned this, but I just want to clarify. So SoCal Edison incentives are not restricted to SoCal. Northern California.
So it's very important to understand that emerging technologies funds are considered non-resource and are not incentives. They are funds that are used to demonstrate, to validate, to confirm. If there's incentives and that program already exists, as long as I don't try to pay for the same thing twice, then we can use incentives from programs that exist to supplement or augment. But we have to be careful there. But ET money is not incentive money. It's demonstration. Actually, there's three definitions. It's development support, assessment, and introduction. So the workforce education and training too, we can also help out with. So.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you so much, Paul. And I also have an announcement to share from LADWP. They're tuned in, but they couldn't be here in person, so I'm going to read out their announcement. LADWP is excited to be part of the CARB partnership in accelerating the use of low GWP technologies. LADWP's Efficiency Solution Group intends to develop energy and GHG reduction incentives for low GWP refrigerants to encourage their use in both existing and new buildings. So that's an announcement from LADWP. And in addition to that, I also want to mention SMUD's existing natural refrigerant incentive program. They've funded 2 stores already, if I remember correctly, and they still have funds available. SMUD monies would only be available in SMUD's territory, as would LADWP, since they're both POUs, or publicly owned utilities. And that brings me to the end of everything that I'm going to be saying, and let's move on to talking about hearing from our stakeholders what their ideas are about the incentive program.
Great, thank you, Anshul. First, I just want to say that it's really great to see this program finally being launched. I know it's been in the works for a while. We're really happy to see what is, we hope, just a small seed funding of a program that can grow and scale. I'd like to just start out maybe by, I'm very happy to see particularly a training component in this. I think there are a number of parts of this that it's thoughtful and well designed. My first question is really around the two tiers or categories that, and the sort of 50-50 split that you outlined for those two. It can be hard before launching a program like this to know where the interest will be and to know which projects will start to make the most sense. And so my first question is that open to evolving over time? For instance, have you put some thought into allowing for these two different types or tiers, but perhaps adjusting those ratios or allowing for, if you get a lot of great new CO2 condensing unit projects, you really want to favor that scaling up in California, can you shift that a little bit depending on the response? So I just would be interested in some thoughts.
So, great question. Yes, very open to evolving. We've gotten feedback that says 100% for retrofits and 100% for innovative tech. I just started out in the middle because it's easier to start somewhere, like you said. And in terms of how this would evolve, once we develop the program guidelines and determine amounts, I don't think we'll have as much flexibility to shift money around within the categories, but prior to releasing any guidelines, we have the flexibility. So if you have any specific recommendations, happy to hear those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rajan Rajendran from Emerson. Good, very nice. Nice to hear all this incentives being proposed. My one suggestion is you have 4 right now, and as time goes on, you're going to have more and more. So it may not be a bad idea, even on your own CARB website, if you don't already have it, to have a section where you can draw people's attention to incentives being offered within the state of California for these kinds of programs and things like that. So everybody knows when they come to your website where they can find the information and provide the links and so on. That's just a suggestion.
Oh, no, that's a great
Thank you.
suggestion. And part of California Climate Investments requirements is, or guidelines, is to make sure that this information is easily accessible by all applicants. So we will be doing some more outreach to different communities and also leveraging NASRC and CGA's existing membership base. And if you have ideas for how we can spread that information further, we're happy to do that. It's also on California Climate Investments website, which is completely separate from our program website.
This is Sam Cantrell with Coolsys Energy Design. I had 2 questions. One was, you mentioned the competitive selection as far as how the funds are allocated. Is that, and then you referred to like a point system. Is that like a documented list of points that are achievable, or is there a talent competition or some kind of judgment call somewhere along the line that somebody's making, or is that just clearly just points?
It's going to be clearly points. We do have flexibility on how many points we assign and what categories are preferential points versus mandatory points. So if you have suggestions for how we should do that, we're happy to listen. But once we're happy to hear your ideas, but once we decide and once it's part of our final program guidelines, then we can't change those. And there will be an independent review of the projects. I think CARB's, I don't know exactly what CARB's policy is, but we do invite reviewers from other agencies. We have the possibility of anonymizing applications so that everything is scored fairly. I'm not sure if that was your exact question.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was going to be fully documented or if there was going to be some kind of a judgment call somewhere.
no, we want to ensure transparency and accountability at every single step. So you will know beforehand exactly how many points you would get for each category. Of course, for the energy efficiency portion, it might vary based on what applicants submit and based on from project to project. So it might be hard to predict where you would land, but you'd have a fairly good idea before you even apply.
Okay, that makes sense. The other half of this, I'm kind of on behalf of Ed, who isn't here for this portion, but I know for a lot of end users that have been really proactive on certain environmental efforts by acting early, they've kind of gotten bitten by that effort, like the 404A changeouts. I know Rayleigh's was 95% done getting R22 out of their systems when the bad news hit about the high global warming potential of the gas they'd chosen to go to. And so here, a lot of their competitors hadn't even started their 22 changeouts, and now they got to bypass that whole expense completely. So I know that's going to be a big concern for a lot of people. And when I see the graduated incentive for charge reduction, I'm wondering if there's a way that you can maybe provide some kind of a carrot for the early adopters and the proactive chains. I know, Whole Foods has done great work in reducing charge and it made a lot of expense in paving the way for a lot of other chains to kind of follow their example. And I know Raley's has as well. Is there a way that maybe the scale cannot be so simplistic as just a flat charge reduction? Because that kind of heavily incentivizes people who've dragged their feet and maybe have overly large systems to start with, when there's people who have been reducing their charge for years, and now it's going to be even harder for them to hit that threshold and get that higher funding, and they're kind of being penalized for doing something good beforehand, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. First, definitely, there's a whole spectrum of efforts from the entire supermarket industry. You have the leaders, and then you also have the stores that are lagging behind. And it could be simply because they don't have the funds, not because they don't want to invest in projects. I'm not sure how we could include that in our analysis, considering this is a new round of funding, and what supermarkets have decided to do prior is their choice. So I'm not sure how we could do that. They would be rewarded through the refrigeration rulemaking proposal if they've already done a lot of work. Their GHGP, I don't know if you attended the last presentation, but they would be rewarded for that. So any efforts that they've made would be taken into consideration for them reaching their 2030 targets.
I don't know if in another meeting Ed has mentioned it, but I know his idea was having the scale be based on pounds per BTU type of measure, where it can encompass large and small systems, and can, if there's some kind of a graduated scale where people who are really doing an excellent job at getting a lot out of every pound already, they can still have some incentive to keep innovating and keep going, rather than having a lion's share of the incentive be available for people who've been dragging their feet, if that's not.
I would just like to chime in that Ed's worked very closely with us in developing the proposed rules. So GHGP, he has been a big architect of that as well. He like you said, recognizes the importance and the value of extracting every, bit of efficiency out of each pound of refrigerant used. So he has told us that there's a lot of potential for charge reduction at the Rayleigh stores. One. And like you said, because there's a lot of 404 being used, they would still be eligible for a lot of the incentive funding. They would be part of that tier 2, and they would get rewarded for both the charge reduction and the GWP reduction.
Thanks, Alex from NRDC. So the gentleman from CoolSys is triggering my memory. So I have a question. Have you thought about sort of pinning the scale that you're describing to like Green Chill's graduated scale for charge per BTU, or however they formulate it, and also Energy Star, the way they characterize energy efficiency of stores? I don't know the industry, so I don't know how much that's used, but I know it exists. And the advantage of that is, given a limited sum of money, you could lean on the infrastructure that's there. It's a lot of money, it's great, but it's also limited. And you could also obviously escalate the incentive based on, if you're going from silver to gold or gold to platinum, or Energy Star 50 to 60 versus 80 to 90. So that could help you address that laggard leader issue, discrepancy rather. Thanks. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Alex. That's a good suggestion. We'll look into it a little bit more to see if we can incorporate some of those elements into our program.
Hi, Chuck Allgood with Chemours. Just a question around 50-pound charge size hurdle for eligible projects. And then some of the examples of micro-distributed systems or condensing units seem to me to be less than 50. Can you reconcile that for me?
Yes, so the 50 pounds comes from the existing RMP, the refrigerant management facilities. It's not, again, set in stone. We do want to incentivize even the smaller stores, but we decided to start off the 50 pounds with that. And micro-distributed could go in a store as large as, not to name any specific companies, but really large stores versus really small stores. There's flexibility of expanding that based on the size of the store. And CO2 condensing units, it doesn't have to be just CO2 condensing units. It could be smaller CO2 systems, which we know don't exist in the market right now. And also for the condensing units, we're not just talking less than 50 pounds. There's condensing units up to 200 pounds even.
Right, but one of your charts, it says eligible products have to be greater than 50 pounds.
Yeah.
So some of the things you're talking about are going to be less than 50. Are they eligible for the incentives?
Okay, that's a good question, and let me clarify. So eligibility for applicants is systems that are registered with the refrigerant management program and have an existing system greater than 50 pounds. That does not mean that you cannot put in a new system that's less than 50 pounds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that's gone toward this. I really appreciate that training has been included, because whether you're going to an A2L or carbon dioxide or hydrocarbon or any other low GWP refrigerant, there are some challenges around training, and I think we've heard a lot about that over the many, many months that we've been talking about this, so we really appreciate the inclusion of that. From my perspective, that's a bit of an enabling activity that's kind of needed broadly across the entire state. Have you all given thought to whether or not it might be an opportunity to use some of the funding towards something like that? Or could you speak to that a little bit more?
Sure, and that's another really good question. We definitely considered doing that. We considered setting aside maybe $50,000 to $100,000 just for workforce development. And some of, again, this is not set in stone, so it's still a possibility, but some of the initial feedback we got was that contractors benefit best when there's an existing store in place. And if OEMs are already conducting training when they install a new system, why not leverage you're getting the training for free now rather than having to set aside extra funds. So this way we were able to stretch this money a little bit further.
I understand. I think that's very helpful, and I think it's more practical, hands-on, and very, very good for the people that will be involved. What I'm kind of thinking about is the people that won't be involved, and so because it just captures a smaller number of people. So I'm wondering if perhaps like putting maybe computer program for training out there for technicians to use, or I'm just brainstorming right now, but something like that where we could touch more people and give access to more people to information that they'll need to go to low GWP refrigerants. Just some ideas.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Helen. And if you have specific programs that you're thinking of, maybe some estimate of their cost, that would be very helpful. And we can definitely work with NASRC and CGA to see how they could leverage their existing base to spread that message.
I was just going to add to what you said, Anshul. So I think technician training is important, but at the same time, with this round of funding, I guess our goal is to create the reason for training also. So like Anshul pointed out, contractors would be more motivated if the technology is being used, because what we have heard is just having training program, nobody really has the time to come and attend those trainings. So somehow we have to make that connection with on-job type of training. So that's what we're trying to achieve here.
I agree fully, and I think right now with the regulations that are pending, people are going to find a really good reason to get some training. So.
I'm just going to go back through some of my slides with the discussion points, so they're up again to jog your memory. Okay, maybe I'll go ahead.
Hello. Just a comment. You obviously are working closely with the utilities, which is great. But I know in the past, some of the utilities have only offered incentives for natural refrigerants, even though you've taken a position of technology neutrality. Are you working with them to try to make them more open to a range of technologies, one? And then two, in your submissions, you've said submissions that already have co-funding, if you will, from a utility would perhaps get more points or more stars. Given that you're looking for submissions in the not too distant future, and you'd need to line up the funding prior to the submission, how do you plan to coordinate those activities?
Both are really good questions. To answer your first question, there's only one utility, SMUD, that has focused on natural refrigerants. There's no other utility. And because they're a publicly owned utility, it's at their discretion what they decide to fund. So while I wasn't here when they developed their program, but my understanding is CARB worked closely with them and provided them a lot of information as they developed the program. And we take the stance of technology neutrality, but we can't control what the other utilities decide to do. I'm not sure if that falls within our scope. And second, with match funding, we've been going back and forth whether it should be included as a requirement or just preference points. And part of the reason we even included that is because we have been working very closely with the utilities to build those partnerships. So as you heard Paul talk about earlier, there is ET funding available right now that can be leveraged. LADWP, I'm not so sure of their timeline, but they are willing to work within our timeline. I'm not sure how that's going to pan out, and we're also talking with other utilities to see how we can get funds. And some utilities already have existing programs that supermarkets can use. So it's not like starting from scratch. We know that it's not easy by any means, but it's also not starting from convincing utilities to fund these types of projects either. And utilities, as much as they would like to, they're also restricted based on their mandates for energy efficiency. It's not that they don't understand the importance of refrigerant emissions. Their hands are tied because most of them are restricted to using ratepayer funds associated only with energy efficiency projects.
Okay. So Christina from EIA again. Question, I want to build on the point of technology neutrality and make a distinction between technology neutrality and GWP neutrality, which is there are many different new blends emerging every day in the refrigerant space. They have a variety of different GWPs. And so thinking about this conventional technology category, how could you've been very specific about some of the refrigerants that you've listed here. How could we make sure that that incentivizes that class of technologies to go lower? How could we think about that in the context of this program, especially considering it may not be a one-year program, we hope. We want to make sure there's the flexibility to continue encouraging innovation and really the technology we want to be incentivizing. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead to getting some feedback on the timeline of what we're proposing versus supermarket planning. Since we plan to open our solicitation sometime in the summer, how do supermarkets feel about that timeline? Is that they don't have to buy all the equipment, they don't have to even implement the project until end of 2025 in theory. So what's the, is there any feedback on how we can accommodate supermarket planning timelines? I'm going to take that as it's a perfect program and we don't have to worry about it.
I think all the supermarket users are gone.
perfect.
Users are gone.
I can't speak exactly to the timing from the retailer perspective. I'll just say that the sooner we can get the money, the better. So I'm glad to see the timing from that perspective. Summer seems like a good time for planning, and especially since there's time then to implement the project. What I want to highlight is just that even though this is a great start, and certainly nobody's going to turn down $150K on a project like this, it's not necessarily going to be enough to cover the gap. And so our focus at NASRC will be to figure out how we can coordinate with other sources of funding through an aggregated incentive program that we hope to launch, in conjunction with this program, and of course take advantage of funding opportunities from SCE, ET, and other sources of existing utility funding. But even then, that may not be enough. And our analysis shows right now that the cost for implementing these types of projects in an existing store is quite high. I mean, depending on how far you want to go and how long the project is going to take. So just want to highlight that need again for multiple funding sources, and that this is a great start, but it's not going to be enough to cover the entire cost.
Thanks, Danielle. We totally understand. 150,000, again, like I said, all of this is open for discussion. We started with 150,000 because that at least helps us cover 3, maybe 4 or 5 projects if some of them are slightly smaller. And we hope to demonstrate a mix of technologies, even if it's just one of each type. And very excited to hear that you'll be working on the aggregated incentives. There's obviously a great need in this industry for that.
This is Paul Delaney again with Edison. One thing that I meant to mention, but I didn't, is so our world is also changing, and administration for ET funds in the future after this year, there's going to be changes, at least expected changes. So it's better to stay on target if we can, because we know everything's status quo this year. We're always trying to get better at what we do, and there will be changes next year. So once we implement funds, they're good for between 4 and 5 years, so we should be all right then. So let's just see if we can get them confirmed this year. It would be good.
Going back to some of the scoring criteria for Tier 1 and Tier 2, are there any thoughts on if it's reasonable to include energy efficiency baselines and how that would be accomplished? Is that something that supermarkets routinely do? Any feedback on that? Maybe we're going to end early. This is not going to be our last opportunity to provide feedback. Please reach out to me or anyone on our team to talk more about the incentive program. And hopefully you can get us feedback by March 15th. Stay tuned for our draft program guidelines. And if there's no other questions, I think we're done for the day. Thank you all so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate all your attendance, both in the room and on webcast. Thank you.